Good morning, Vietnam, as they say. I should probably have some slop ready to go. This is okay. No, this is too loud in my head. Why is my mic peaking again? Fuck. I don't know. Trying out some fucking. I'm on that new shit, which is just having music in the background. We really are reaching for the stars here. Yeah. Wasn't a pleasant way to end stream yesterday, but oh well. I didn't realize how long I was fucking live, and having that shit at the end, that actually like fucked up my night. Not really, like it wasn't that bad. It's just, I don't know. Didn't feel good. But, whatever. Yeah, we live. There's not, like, a ton of news to cover at the moment, is there? No. It's like Trump went to Jersey and the whole world is, like, in a state of calm. So, I don't know. I mean, shit, I'll just do my puzzle. I don't know how I'm gonna see. I guess I could pull up Twitch chat on my phone. I just wouldn't be able to see YouTube chat then. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Oh, yeah, let's watch this again. New XLR cable is finally on the way. That's big. Oh, wow. An Ancient Destiny video on my feed? The hell? I don't know, for new Fat Electrician video. That's something. I don't know. Okay, I really don't want to do. I can do drama slop on my own damn time. Yeah, I think we're just gonna get started again on this puzzle. Need to find something. What are you doing about that? Yeah, you might be a little glimpse into my messy ass room, but just watch Northern Lion. Just do what I do at night. Just watch Northern Lion and do this fucking puzzle. Now, here's what we're gonna do. What's this guy's name? I think it's Warfronts. I just want to refresh my... If US Canada went to war, what do you think would happen? Fucking... Come on. We do that. What I want to do, though... There's some good ones here. I think we watched the India-Pakistan one on stream, if I remember correctly. Yeah, let's just fucking do the Israel-Palestine one, because that... Jesus. It is a good video. I feel like I need to watch it like 8 times before I absorb all of it. Yeah, I want to have a better command of shit before I go into, before I try and engage shit like that again, because it just, Didn't feel good. I didn't feel confident.
150 Brits. And it's here that we begin to observe.
Not a good feeling.
Hello, everybody. Just before we get started
Holy crap.
Today's video, I wanted to ask you for a favor.
This fella's loud.
Look, me and the team at Warrior Graphics, we really want to keep making these videos about what's happening with Israel and Gaza, but basically YouTube either age restricts or demonetizes every video that we make on the topic, which makes it pretty financially impossible to just keep making videos about the topic in the long term. And look, from all of your comments, we know that you appreciate our unbiased reporting, despite some comments that don't have any corporate or governmental overlord funding this. So, and this is the first time I've ever asked the audience for support in this way, but if you can support us through a super thanks, there's a button below the video, that would be amazing. There's no pressure, even small support makes a difference. And that's enough of me asking for a favor so we can keep doing this. Here's the video you came here to watch. Sorry for the interruption.
I don't know if my mic is gonna... yeah, so I gotta move my audio
and it's a conflict as old as modern civilization. Ask others, and it's a conflict as old as time itself. The predominantly Jewish modern nation-state of Israel and the predominantly Muslim modern region of Palestine, sometimes called a stateless nation in its own right, have been locked together in a struggle for longer than any living person can remember. In the modern era, the two opposing entities have found themselves in the most intractable conflict on the globe, a title that they've held not for months, not for years, but for nearly a century. Both laying claim to a small stretch of arid land on the eastern coast of the Mediterranean Sea, Israel and Palestine share an incredibly complex history, one that we simply cannot do justice in the span of just, well, however long this video is. But we're going to go and give it a try anyway. So on today's special and much requested episode of Warrior Graphics, we're going to be taking a deep dive into the history of the state known as Israel and the stateless territories called Palestine in order to explain the long legacy of violence and mutual alienation that have led us to this moment. We're going to proceed with a focus on the generations upon generations of ordinary people who have lived at the epicenter of this issue and on the key factors that best explain how we have spiraled toward the pivotal moment that we are now in. And to our viewers today, please understand that if you sit firmly on one side of this conflict, no matter which side it is, then we will not hold back in describing what your favored state has done, no more than we would hold back the truth of the unbelievable violence that your favorite side has suffered. As will quickly become clear, there is no unimpeachably right side of this issue, but instead, there's one central truth.
Oh, this is going to be annoying as fuck.
That always,
never thought about doing this from
Israel and Palestine are the ones who are trampled underfoot in every turn this conflict has ever taken. All right, as we begin today's episodes, we're going to pull back the curtain just a little bit and reveal one little factoid from behind the scenes.
So I'm going to be primarily working
to start this video is pretty impossible. We could start in the histories described by Jewish religious text and talk about the destruction of the kingdom of Israel and the expulsion of the Israelites, either as it's told by the Hebrew Bible or as it went down in the 1700s at the start of what's called the Assyrian captivity. We could start with the conquests of Alexander the Great or the revolts of the Maccabees or the survival of Jewish culture in Galilee, the place now known as Israel. We could start with the life of the Prophet Muhammad and the evolution of competing claims to what is today Israeli territory, or the mutual veneration of what is either known as the Al-Aqsa Mosque or Temple Mount.
Yeah, that works.
We could start with the First Crusade and the formation of the Kingdom of Jerusalem in the year 1099, or with the final expulsion of the Crusaders from Acre nearly 200 years later. Or we could start with many trials and upheavals of Ottoman rule, leading eventually to a peasant revolt in 1834 that some historians consider to be the first early expression of the entity that would eventually be Palestine. But instead of all that, what we're going to do
is you can see the pieces are completely see-through, so that means you have to try them
in the territory
a million different ways, which is
stretch of land in question
horrifying.
Ottoman Syria, also encompassing about half
for some reason
Syria and parts of modern Jordan. The Ottoman Empire was a powerful and culturally Turkish organization, but it long struggled with
a lot harder doing this on stream
in many of the territories that it held. From a territorial apex in the 17th and 18th centuries, the Ottomans had lost massive swaths of land by the late 19th century, despite concentrating its prodigious economic power in the area now called Turkey. With that waning influence in the Ottoman Empire's outer reaches came a number of of nationalist movements, including not one, but two that began in the same stretch of land beside the Mediterranean. The first was a movement called Zionism. It was a political ideology that held the fundamental objective of creating, supporting, and preserving a nation made by and for
camera.
Jewish
I'll probably
people.
order another
But as the Zionist movement
webcam if I'm
told
gonna
us,
do
that nation
shit like this.
couldn't just exist anywhere. Instead, it had to be in the ancient homeland of the Jews.
The Warhammer
region
bug is starting to get me.
and around
I might
Jerusalem.
do
Even
some
the
of that
movement's
stuff.
name, Zionism, is a reference to one of the hills of ancient Jerusalem called Zion. Now, for the less religiously inclined among our viewers, we can take a reasonable guess at your next question. Why is it so important that this Jewish state be established in this one spot? After all, in the late 1800s, there were plenty of beautiful, lush, sparsely populated places around the world where a few 100,000 Jewish settlers could have easily set up shop. Maybe, say, asking Grover Cleveland nicely for a grant of a few thousand square miles of land on the American Pacific coast, or seeing if the handful of people in Mongolia would be up for a few new neighbors. To put it simply, it's easy to say in the 21st century that there were plenty of other places for Israel to go other than a place surrounded by people who so badly didn't want Israel to exist.
Damn.
The answer to that question comes in the intense importance of location in the practice of Judaism. Unlike, say, Roman Catholicism, where doing a pilgrimage to a certain place is just an opportunity to see the bones of some dead saint or something, Judaism incorporates real physical locations into religious practice.
I know what I
Good
mean.
analog would be in Islam, where there are a lot of things that happen
John
in the
upside
holy
down.
city of Mecca that simply can't or shouldn't happen anywhere else. Jerusalem's the same way. It's not
because
just a
that's gonna
city,
block my-
it's a religious
whatever. I'll
concept
make
that
do.
transcends time itself. Add to that the fact that Jews throughout history have watched Jerusalem destroyed several times now and have spent some 2,000 years in exile from a spot that their religion lays fundamental claim to, and it's not hard to see why the rising Jewish nationalist movement of the mid-1800s decided to place some focus on getting that territory back. At the time that the Zionist movement first cropped up, most Jews lived outside the region of Palestine, predominantly in Europe. But in many places, especially in Tsarist Russia, that Jewish diaspora faced significant and active persecution, with widespread, virulent anti-Semitism being pretty normalized at the time. With not so much reason to stick around in Europe, and with decent odds that the Ottoman territory of Palestine might reasonably be extricated from its current overlords, the Jewish diaspora began to get active about building plans to return back to their ancestral homeland. In Basel, Switzerland, the first Zionist Congress convened in 1897, featuring 208 delegates who served as a representative body for those Jews who were in favor of Zionism. Now, it's important to note that Zionist goals and ideals were not anywhere near ubiquitous among Jews of the period. The movement was a rather fringe idea at that time, and it actually generated quite a bit of blowback, feeding anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and stoking tensions that negatively impacted the lives of Jews who had nothing to do with it. But it also started to get a bit of forward momentum around the turn of the 20th century. The Zionists received an offer from Great Britain in 1903, offering 6,000 uninhabited square miles of Uganda, but they ultimately declined it. A few years later, they facilitated the movement of Russian Jewish exiles toward Palestine as pioneer settlers because of a wave of pogroms by Tsarist Russia, building Palestine's Jewish population to some 90,000 by the start of World War I. Alright, so that's one of our budding independence movements, but let's talk about the other one. The rise of Arab nationalism, also targeting Palestine. Arabs in Palestine didn't historically face much trouble inside their own region.
It's really hard to
with the
fucking
Ottoman
see on
leadership
stream.
being generally content to let Arabs fill Ottoman government administrations in Arab-dominated areas, and the Arab population being generally quite content to enjoy the peace and security that comes with living under an imperial power.
Trust me, if it's hard for you to see, it
mid-19th
is
century,
just as hard for
a proportion
me.
of Arabs had begun taking inspiration from Slavic, predominantly Christian
novelty of the
nationalist
thing.
movements in the Balkans, who had, by the early 1910s, completely pushed the Ottomans out of their territory and gained their collective independence. Observing all the myriad benefits to controlling states and nations of their own, Arab intellectuals and military veterans began laying the groundwork for eventual independence movements in their territories. Arab nationalism also got a push from the establishment of the Hejaz Railway in 1908, which had the potential to bring pilgrims easily from Damascus to Mecca, but also allowed the Ottomans to expand their administrative influence deep into the Arabian interior, where they had previously kept a very light touch in order to not cause hostilities with the ruling tribes of the area. Now, before the start of World War I, the people of Palestine and other pockets of the Levant weren't exactly taking to the idea of Arab nationalism in force. After all, they were still quite content with the state of existence under the Ottomans, and even though some fellow Arabs were revolting in the interior, that was somebody else's rebellion in response to somebody else's problems. But All of that changed with the rise of the Young Turks, an Ottoman group of political reformers who revolted against the absolute rule of the then Sultan in 1908 and took power in that same year. Before long, the Young Turk movement had splintered into factionalism, with the faction that eventually won evolving into a Turkish nationalist movement that wanted to extend its pan-Turkic ideals across the Arab-populated areas it controlled. It didn't take long for the change in Ottoman policy to start ruffling some feathers in Palestine, where those same Arab nationalist intellectuals that we mentioned just a moment ago were now in a prime position to seize upon the rising disillusionment with the Young Turks.
I cannot.
By November of 1914, the Ottoman Empire would enter World War I, and when they did, Arab nationalism became a very interesting prospect for the powerful players on the other side of the conflict to make a few friends and fast. Around that same time, Britain started sending weapons and money to Sharif Hussein ibn Ali, a respected tribal leader in Central Arabia, in preparation for a large-scale rebellion. They also made contact with the Al-Fatah group in Syria, a proudly pan-Arab nationalist movement, to ensure that the fighting men of the eventual rebellion would be tied into an ideology that placed them in stark, unyielding contrast with the Ottomans in the long term. The revolt began on the 5th of June 1916 in an attack on the holy city of Medina. In the following months, rebels would seize ports along the Red Sea with the help of a British naval flotilla, starting a far greater influx of arms and equipment. An Arab nationalist army materialized in short order, relying on British guidance and Egyptian support, and they surged through the desert, battling back and forth with Ottoman forces in what had very quickly turned into a fair fight. By 1918, the leaders of the Arab revolt could claim victory over the Ottoman Empire, who were forced into an armistice and made to negotiate with the British, the French, and the Americans on badly unfavorable terms. Now, with the end of the First World War came the long and difficult process of partitioning the territory where the Ottoman Empire had once stood. Of course, the easy answer might have been to simply let the people of the region work out that issue for themselves, but of course that wouldn't be very imperialist of anybody, would it? In Palestine, both Arab nationalists and the Zionist movement could make their respective pitch to the European allies, but neither side had the military might to stand against the Europeans if Britain or France wanted a certain outcome. 2 years prior to the end of the war, a document was signed between Britain and France, with the governments of Italy and Tsarist Russia also aware of the deal that was eventually reached. It was called the 1916 Asia Minor Agreement, but today we know it under a different name, the Sykes-Picot Agreement. Drawn up in secret with no input from the people of the region, the Sykes-Picot Agreement laid down strict expectations for how the two European countries would divide up their control of the former Ottoman Empire in the event that they won the war. Under the agreement, the UK would assume either direct control or a controlling influence over territories that included modern-day southern Iraq, Jordan, Bahrain, Kuwait, the Persian Gulf, southern Israel, and Palestine, as well as a couple of ports, giving them access to the Mediterranean Sea. The French would gain direct control or influence over the modern-day regions of southeast Turkey, Lebanon, Syria, and Kurdistan, as well as a pocket of modern-day northern Iraq. Italy would get southern Anatolia, Russia would get Constantinople, the Turkish Straits, and western Armenia, and a majority of the region of Palestine would be administered internationally, not by Palestine itself, mind you, but by international powers who were working together. The Sykes-Picot Agreement would directly evolve into the 1918 framework that France and Britain referenced to occupy the Middle East, and it guided the breakup of the former Ottoman territories, with the French eventually ceding the region of Palestine completely to the British a few months after the war's end. Now, Sykes-Picot is a unique document in a lot of respects, but perhaps the most stunning thing about it is the sheer deftness in which it managed to make basically nobody happy and basically piss off everybody at once. This was
actually, according to my
time,
Elon Musk, that's how you know it's a good plan.
As history's gone on. The Arab leadership of the revolt against the Ottomans had been made aware of at least some parts of the agreement, but had little choice but to agree to it. After all, they were now the active participants in a resistance that could only exist with the help of British weapons and supplies, and would almost certainly be crushed if that support disappeared. It caught serious heat from the Bolsheviks, who were written out of the deal after overthrowing the Russian Tsars, and from Woodrow Wilson of the US, who advocated only accepting deals made via diplomacy. Even the defeated nations of the Central Powers advocated for a process in which the peoples of stateless nations in the Middle East be given an opportunity to establish independence. Even the Sykes of Sykes-Picot ended up arguing against his own agreement by 1918, contending that serious changes to the document were absolutely in order. But Sykes-Picot is not the only controversial sheet of paper that we've got to understand here. We've also got to talk about the Balfour Declaration, a tiny 64-word statement that would lay the groundwork for the entire state of Israel. It was a public statement issued by the British government in 1917, written from the UK's Foreign Secretary at the time, Arthur Balfour, to British Zionist leader in the Jewish community named Lionel Walter Rothschild. Because of the brevity of this statement, we'll just read it in its entirety, shall we? His Majesty's government view with favour of the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. Now, there's a lot going on there in just 64 words, isn't there? 64 words, which have been written and circulated as the result of a years-long effort by Zionist members of the British War Cabinet in order to gin up support for Zionist ambition among Jews around the world. At the time, this had been one part an effort by those same Zionists to take advantage of rising tensions, just like the Arab nationalist movement had, and one part an effort by the British government to get all the friends on their side that they possibly could. Again, just...
I'm not even gonna invite this kind of shit in. I just can't do. I gotta be better about just. I'll do my reading and research off stream.
September 26, 2022, just before 8 p.m. A sailing ship is drifting gently on the Baltic Sea. The captain is getting ready for the night. He checks his radar and sees 2 red blips flashing on the screen. He stares out into the darkness. Nothing. So he radios a nearby ship. Their crew reports something strange. Giant whirlpools in the water. When his ship approaches the spot, the captain is hit by a sharp and sour smell. Gas. He immediately notifies the Swedish authorities. They confirm his suspicion. There's an underwater leak. Tons of natural gas are flowing uncontrollably into the Baltic Sea. Nord Stream 1 and 2 are a twin set of undersea gas pipelines running from Russia to Europe, the longest in the world. And they've been hit.
Figure out who bombs.
4 separate explosions at 2 different locations roughly 50 miles apart. It soon becomes clear that this was not an accident. It was an attack. One of the largest acts of sabotage in history. A violent act that triggered the largest methane leak ever recorded and threatened the energy supply of Europe's largest economy. Enormous teams of journalists raced to uncover who did this and why, while authorities stay suspiciously quiet. Out of the fog of war, an unbelievable story begins to take shape. One of conflicting intelligence, possible false flag operations, and a scramble for evidence amid Europe's largest armed conflict since World War II. A story of speed camera photo clues, an aging yacht, traces of military-grade explosives and CIA training. And of a ragtag crew of patriots on a Hail Mary mission that would change the geopolitical landscape of an entire continent.
At this point, who
Gas
has it? The
bubbling up
CIA
over an area of more than 1 square kilometer in the Baltic Sea.
Boiling cauldron. The busy Baltic
That looks
Sea
right, but I don't
bursting
think
with
it
gas
is.
From ruptured Russian Nord Stream reinforced pipelines.
One of the investigators told me that this case is by far the most relevant, political sensitive, and important case
I don't
Uh,
know
in
if
the
it's
history of the Federal
even
Republic.
remotely
No
clear,
shortage of
but
theories
this
about who
isn't
or
a
what
fit.
was behind the blast.
Yeah, it's so close, I cannot.
These are Nord Stream 1 and 2,
Um,
the 2 largest underwater pipelines in the world.
No.
Total
it's
cost
not.
about 17
It's
billion
so
euros.
close, though.
They stretch across the Baltic Sea, running straight from Russia to Germany. Back in September 2005, Vladimir Putin and then Chancellor of Germany Gerhard Schröder shake hands on the deal to build the first pipeline. It's Schröder's last big move before leaving office. Just weeks after losing re-election, Schröder lands himself a new gig as chairman of Nord Stream AG. He becomes the top lobbyist for Russian energy giant Gazprom.
Wir brauchen dieses Gas und es ist das kostengünstigste, das wir bekommen können. Und jeder, der sich mit Energiepolitik beschäftigt, weiß das auch.
His successor Merkel keeps pushing the project forward. By 2011, cheap Russian natural gas is flowing straight into Germany. Russia is making roughly 10 billion euros a year. Economically, Nord Stream 1 is a huge success for both countries. Soon enough, Russia is supplying nearly half of Germany's natural gas, and talks for a second pipeline are already underway. But outside Germany, Nord Stream sparks some serious backlash. The US warns the project could give Russia dangerous leverage, turning gas into a geopolitical weapon.
Hey.
And the European Union also wants to reduce its dependence on Russian gas. Eastern European countries are pushing back especially hard. Until now, Russia's only way to get gas into Europe was through Ukraine, Poland, and the Baltics, paying hefty transit fees along the way. The Nord Stream pipelines allow Russia to go around these countries. Some military analysts think Putin might have invaded Ukraine much sooner, but he still needed his gas pipelines that run through Ukrainian territory. Either way, Berlin remains undeterred by the criticism. Russia has already illegally annexed Crimea when Germany signs off on the second pipeline. In late 2021, Nord Stream 2 is ready to go. But when Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine becomes imminent, Germany pulls the plug on Nord Stream 2. A few months later, Putin cuts off gas through Nord Stream 1. Both pipelines stay loaded with gas though, ready to reopen at any moment.
I get to hear and then I get distracted.
In September 2022, this happens. So, who's behind it? This could just as well be the plot of a gripping whodunit. Some stories and images are so striking, they end up decorating our walls. But let's be real, traditional posters tend to be like Russian pipelines. They rip. This plate is different. They offer high-quality metal prints, bold, durable, and easy to set up. You just stick a magnet to your wall, snap the artwork on, and it's done. No tools, no holes, no hassle. You can choose from over 2 million beautiful designs, from abstract landscapes to officially licensed stuff. Think iconic worlds and franchises like Star Wars, The Witcher, or Cyberpunk 2077, a personal favorite we actually got on our walls. The new Textra series looks especially good with those raised textures and 3D contours. Check out these incredible NASA designs, for example.
Like
if you ever feel like switching things up, they swap out in seconds. And now's the time to get yours. This plate is turning 12 and they're throwing their biggest sale of the year. 33% off 1 to 2 displays, 37% off 3, and 42% off 4 or more. Every order comes with surprise gifts, and yes, the discount works on Textra too. Just use the code FERN or click the link in the description. displate.com/@fern. The Baltic Sea is one of the most closely monitored bodies of water in the world. Larger ships have to constantly share their GPS location. And the kind of explosives you'd need to take out 2 pipelines at once is extremely hard to come by. Investigators soon agree. Whoever pulled this off had access to serious resources. This must have been a state actor. The first prime suspect is Russia.
Was wir aber sehr klar sagen können, ist, wer ein Interesse daran hat, dass das zerstört wird. Und da komme ich über kurz oder lang immer wieder auf Russland, weil es Unsicherheit geht, steigende Energiepreise.
There's also a possible financial motive. Russian state-owned energy giant Gazprom faced massive damage claims after cutting off gas supplies in summer 2022. Blowing up the pipelines could give them a legal excuse to duck out of those contracts. This is Holger Stark, the deputy editor-in-chief at German weekly newspaper Die Zeit. He has spent months digging into the case.
When I first heard about the explosions, I immediately thought it must be the Russians. It just fits their classic pattern of obstruction, of sabotage, of provocation, and to me, it just made perfect sense.
And initially, the suspicion seems to hold up. 4 days before the explosion, a Danish naval vessel patrols near the island of Bornholm. It spots 6 Russian ships, right where the pipelines will be blown apart 4 days later. They're dark ships, meaning their AIS transponders are switched off and they're not broadcasting their location. One of them is the SS-750, a 100-yard special ops vessel designed for underwater missions. On board, a mini submarine equipped with cranes for heavy-duty lifting. Exactly the kind of setup you'd need to plant explosives on a pipeline. 3 months earlier, 2 other Russian military vessels have been spotted darkshipping the very same waters, right around the future blast site. What exactly were they doing there?
It was like prime candy.
Around the same time, suspicion also turns toward the United States. Just weeks
What?
before Russia invaded Ukraine, President Biden and German Chancellor Scholz held a joint press conference.
If Russia invades, there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
6 months later, both
Oh my
pipelines
Lord.
explode.
That's
when
the
Seymour
evidence
Hersh
against the
steps
US.
in, a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist known for uncovering major scandals, but also for spreading highly controversial theories. He claims that US Navy divers planted the explosives on the pipelines during a NATO exercise in summer 2022. He also says they got help from a Norwegian Navy minesweeper and surveillance aircraft. The alleged motive
Again,
to push
close,
Russian
but no
gas
cigar.
out of the European market and make room for American liquefied natural gas. Norway is another key supplier and would benefit too. But Hersh's story quickly comes under fire. The flight data recordings from Norway do not match his timeline, and the ships he mentions haven't even been near their site.
My impression is that Cy Hersh had just one source, an old source from the world of intelligence, someone who picked up fragments of a story and then filled in the rest. Hersh admits that he had only this one source and that this source didn't witness anything firsthand, and to me, that's already a red flag.
Hersh is 88 by now. In recent years, he has been repeatedly criticized for relying on thin sources and pushing shaky claims. He no longer comments publicly on his Nord Stream story. The strongest lead points to neither Russia nor the United States. Shortly after the explosion, Holger Stark gets a crucial tip-off from a well-connected source inside the intelligence community.
So I called someone I've known for a long time and asked, was it Russia? He just looked at me and, with a very long and quiet and doubtful look, he slowly shook his head.
After the explosions, German authorities immediately launch an investigation. The Federal Prosecutor's Office picks up the case. The case is so politically sensitive that several major media outlets start joining forces. You'll find the links to their impressive research in the description. Julia Klaus is an investigative journalist at public German TV broadcaster ZDF. She is part of one of the extensive research teams. She tells us that despite the heavy secrecy, they were able to get their hands on one crucial piece of information.
So we picked up that the Andromeda yacht may have played a role in the operation.
The Andromeda is a small German sailing yacht just over 15 yards long. But could such a small boat be used to pull off such a sophisticated military-grade underwater demolition? It does have one major advantage. It's discreet.
Oh.
And unlike larger ships, it doesn't have to broadcast its position. The journalists uncovered that the Andromeda was chartered between August 27 and September 24 from a German boat rental company called Mola Yachting. The total rent of 11,900 euros was wired by a Polish travel
More
agency.
so, do you think they're going to add it
They
now?
submitted 2 passport copies, one Bulgarian, one Romanian. The name on the Romanian ID was Stefan Marcu. Marcu lives in Moldova, a small landlocked country in Eastern Europe. Julia Klaus and her team get on a plane and pay him a visit.
We were sitting in his garden, and when we showed him the passport number, he immediately recognized it. He said it matched his old passport, which had long been expired. But he had no idea how his personal data ended up in connection with the Nord Stream bombing.
Passport number.
The passport was fake, just like the Bulgarian one issued to a man named Mikhail Popov.
Right? No. Uh-oh.
Another team of journalists head out to Wieg harbor on the German Baltic island of Rügen, where the Andromeda crew has last been seen. They speak to the harbor master, who remembers seeing them. They talk to other witnesses and even rent the Andromeda themselves. Step by step, they are able to piece together the route the boat most likely took. Meanwhile, Stark and his team follow up on another lead: the Polish travel agency who paid for the yacht. It turns out to be a shell company.
Behind that shell company, we found a Ukrainian businessman, someone who was operating in the gray zones of the underground economy in Kiev. He clearly was being used, obviously as a favor to someone higher up in the chain of command. Charter that boat, pay the bill, don't ask questions.
In March 2023, Stark and his research team published their findings. The timing is delicate. The German public is locked in a heated debate. Should the country send tanks to support Ukraine? And now reports suggest that Ukrainians may have attacked a German-Russian energy pipeline. That's politically explosive news. There's also speculation that the Andromeda lead might be a trap, a false flag, something deliberately planned by Russia to confuse the public and stir political doubt in Germany. But behind closed doors, senior officials already know who they should be looking at. German authorities have been zeroing in on a group that likely pulled the strings. June 2022, 3 months before the Nord Stream blast. The German Foreign Intelligence Service BND receives a top-secret report. It's from the Dutch Military Intelligence Service MIVD. They say they've been tipped off about an imminent sabotage operation targeting Nord Stream 1. The suspected culprits, a Ukrainian Special Forces unit traveling with fake passports and a rented boat. The attack is set to be scheduled for June 19. That's only a few days away. Shortly after, another warning comes in from the CIA. They too have been alerted by the Dutch. But June 19 comes around and nothing happens. The warnings are written off as false alarms. No one notifies the German Federal Police, or the German Navy, or counterterrorism task forces. 3 months later, the pipelines do get hit. Almost exactly the way the Dutch report had predicted. So right away, investigators turn their attention toward Ukraine. January 2023, 4 months after the explosions. On board the Andromeda, investigators find compromising material. DNA, fingerprints, a water bottle, and a single barefoot shoe. And on a table and in the toilet, traces of a powerful underwater explosive called HMX, also known as Octogen. That's the exact same compound found at the Nord Stream blast sites. At this point, the investigators are sure. This boat was part of the secret sabotage operation. But who did it? Then comes the key piece of evidence. A photo. It's early morning. A van speeds down a rural road. The driver has been hired to take a group of Ukrainians to the port. He has no idea who they really are, but he carries their diving gear in the back. He is going fast. Too fast.
YOLO!
The speed camera photo shows a white Citroen Space Tourer with Ukrainian license plates. Next to the driver sits an unidentified passenger. Investigators track down the clueless driver. He confirms the identity of the passenger. A Ukrainian national named Volodymyr Z. Bingo. The grainy snapshot marks a turning point. In June 2024, German investigators issue a European arrest warrant for him. Over time, more and more connections start pointing towards Ukraine. Investigators manage to fully identify the alleged Andromeda crew. Journalists even speak with a Ukrainian informant who claims he helped them plan the attack. Today, authorities have a fairly clear picture of what most likely happened. Spring 2022, a rented office in Kiev, Ukraine. Inside is a small commando team, allegedly led by a man named Roman Chervinsky. He appears to be a legend in Ukrainian intelligence circles. Several members of his unit have also trained with the CIA. Their specialty, covert ops and sabotage. They are Ukrainian patriots. And after Russia's full-scale attack on their country, they're eager to strike back. Hard. They choose to target the Nord Stream pipelines, a symbol of Russian power that's been pumping billions into Putin's war chest. They need trained divers to pull off such a deep-water operation. They shortlist 20 candidates and end up picking 4. All civilians. 2 soldiers complete the team. A motley crew of 6 Ukrainians who barely know each other. September 8, 2022. It's late morning at Wiek Harbor on Rügen Island. A sail yacht pulls into the dock behind the harbor office. It's hailing straight from Rostock, where it was chartered 2 days ago by the small crew, posing as tourists. But they're not here for a sailing trip. They've come to carry out one of the most brazen acts of sabotage in history. Introducing Volodymyr Z, a heating engineer in his mid-40s who lives in Poland. He's also a scuba instructor specialized in deep diving expeditions. Next up is Daria Kormankova, at least that's her cover name. Early 40s, petite, brown hair. She and her husband run a small diving school in Ukraine. Volodymyr Z used to work for them as a scuba instructor. Then there's Daria's husband, codenamed Folgat, another experienced deep-sea diver. Pale, boyish, thinning hair. The fourth member is the commander, codenamed Rubik, a seasoned combat soldier built like a tank or a sticker. Pale husband, codenamed Folgat, another experienced deep-sea diver.
This is the...
Pale, boyish, thinning hair.
So everyone else has this, like, backstory. It's this guy. It's like him, old, looks young, bald, and pale. Like, Christ. I mean, I don't know the dude.
The fourth member is the commander, codenamed Rubik. Seasoned combat soldier built like a tank and a capable diver himself. He's the mission lead aboard Andromeda. He stays in constant contact with Kiev via 16 burner phones and a stash of prepaid SIMs.
Holy shit.
The fifth one is the captain, an active duty soldier. Grumpy, hostile, broad frame. A witness will later describe him as a guy who's had one too many hamburgers. The sixth one is the assistant, short, middle-aged.
God damn.
The group gets to work right away. A harbor worker watches them from a distance. They're unloading grocery bags from a van, carrying them to the boat across the parking lot. Each walk is about 100 yards. The assistant is standing next to an unusual amount of compressed air cylinders. The harbor master walks
first
over.
one of the day.
You guys need a hand? You can pull the van closer if you want. The assistant shakes his head. We're good. The harbor master doesn't know that these cylinders are not for diving. Each one of them is packed with up to 35 kilos of HMX explosive. This would be the last real chance to stop them. It passes. Shortly after, the Andromeda casts off.
2 for 2.
Operation
I suppose
Diameter
when you
is underway.
think about the pieces you're putting in, it makes it a little easier.
Here's the path both Nord Stream pipelines take. Nord Stream 1 and the recently completed Nord Stream 2.
What a novel
From
idea.
The Andromeda makes its way to Bornholm and docks again on the small Danish island of Christiansø. Out on the open water, the crew starts assessing the situation. The boat is past its prime. The wood creaks with every turn. The walls are scuffed and the autopilot's broken.
Oh, hell no.
The 75 horsepower diesel engine rattles like an old farm tractor. It's quiet out here on the Baltic Sea. They only pass a few ships, and no one really pays attention to a small sailboat bobbing on the waves. The crew uses sonar technology to echolocate the pipelines. They probably conduct multiple expedition dives, but progress is slow. They can only do one dive per day. By the end of the second week of September, a storm rolls in. Winds of 20 knots whip across the sea, and the waves climb up to nearly 7 feet. The Andromeda takes shelter in a small harbor in Sandhamn, Sweden. A few days later, the sky is clear and the wind dies down, but the waves are still rocking the boat and most of the crew have fallen seasick. Conditions are barely stable enough to dive. The sonar hums as the crew awaits intention. Then, finally, a signal. They found the pipeline. About 80 yards below, directly beneath the Andromeda. It's go time. Now or never. They lower a weighted rope into the water. About a minute later, it hits the
I'll be right
seabed.
back.
A plastic canister wrapped in a trash bag bobs on.
Sorry. Grab my backpack. Well, I can now award VIP badges. These are my shatters.
On the surface as a makeshift buoy. It's marking the spot so they don't drift off. 2 divers strap on their scuba tanks. Then they grab a separate tank filled with high-powered explosives. They carefully slip off the stern and attach the tank to the rope. One last check and they disappear, following the rope down into the dark. This is the pipeline, 260 feet below the surface. It's cold and dark. The pressure on the human body down here is about 9 times higher than at sea level. 2 beams of light cut through the darkness. They only have about 15 minutes on the seabed. To plant the bomb, they need to locate a connection joint along the pipeline. Their headlights can only illuminate 6 to 7 feet ahead of them. After a bit, they find a seam. They place a silicone pad between the bomb and the pipe to amplify the blast. Done. All set. At this depth, standard scuba gear won't cut it. The divers are most likely using advanced equipment, rebreathers, multiple tanks, and trimix breathing gases. To avoid decompression sickness, they need to ascend slowly, with several stops along the way. The whole process takes at least 40 minutes. The Andromeda has kept moving during the dive to avoid suspicion. Now the ship returns to the makeshift buoy. The crew is relieved. They carry out multiple additional dives over the course of several days. They plant at least 6 bombs across the 2 pipelines. Each charge is fitted with a timer, set to go off on September 26. On the morning of September 23rd, the Andromeda is spotted drifting at Rostock Harbor. The staff from Mola Yachting arrive to check in the rental boat, but find it empty. The crew is already gone.
Unexplained leaks in 2 major pipelines from Russia into Europe have become a major cause of concern for the European Union.
Denmark, Poland and Sweden say they believe leaks in 2 major Russian gas pipelines to Europe are the result of sabotage.
Tonight, sabotage at sea. That's what President Biden is calling the leaks and explosions on the Nord Stream pipelines.
3 days later, the saboteurs can watch the outcome of their mission live on TV. It worked. Except for one detail. One of the 2 lines of Nord Stream 2 remains intact. The crew accidentally hit the first line twice.
Amateurs. Haven't you blown up a pipeline before?
June 2024. Polish authorities receive a European arrest warrant for Volodymyr Z by Germany's Federal Prosecutor's Office. Inside, they find the suspect's listed address in a residential suburb of Warsaw. Following EU law, Polish prosecutors are expected to act on such a warrant and detain the suspect. No questions asked. But apparently, the Poles do nothing.
It's very likely the Poles who tipped off the Ukrainian diver and also the Ukrainian government in order to get him out of the country in time before he could have been arrested and put on trial in Germany.
On the morning of July 6, at exactly 6:20 a.m., a BMW with Ukrainian diplomatic plates crosses the Polish border into Ukraine. The co-driver is Volodymyr Z. The suspected saboteur has vanished ever since. And for now, no arrest warrants have been issued for the rest of the crew, due to a lack of evidence.
No.
To this day, it is not definitely proven who was behind the Nord Stream attack. All suspects deny any involvement. That said, there's a growing body of evidence pointing toward the Andromeda theory. The yacht, the forged documents, the diving gear, the witness testimonies, the DNA. It all paints a compelling picture.
Guys can't go out
There
on
are
a
credible
yacht and
indications
fart
that the
bombs
former
anymore?
commander-in-chief of Ukraine's armed forces approved the plan. Still, nothing is off the table. Some experts haven't ruled out the possibility that the Andromeda may have been part of a more elaborate deception or false flag operation by Russia or the US. But many experts do believe the attack was likely carried out by Ukrainian patriots. Whether it happened with the government's blessing is up for debate.
You could argue that the Ukrainian state wouldn't want to provoke a key weapon supplier like Germany and risk losing critical military support.
The alleged attackers must have
that
seen the
makes
pipelines
sense.
as an immediate threat to Ukraine, as a tool of Russian leverage and thus a legitimate target. Today, no Russian gas flows through Nord Stream 1 or 2. Germany has managed to break free of its dependence faster than expected. Nord Stream was the most expensive, most ambitious, and most controversial underwater pipeline project the world has ever seen. Now, both pipelines sit idle, partially destroyed, deep beneath the Baltic Sea. Since March 2025, there's been talk of bringing Nord Stream 2 back online.
Why?
A US investor has reportedly expressed interest in buying and repairing the pipeline. But no one knows just how realistic that is, or how Germany and the rest of Europe might respond.
You serious, man? No. It's alright, no, here's what you do. You say, you give back all the stolen land from Ukraine, and then we'll let you sell us oil. Because Russia's economy kind of in the shitter now. Excuse me. Sorry.
My motive for doing what I am going to do is simply personal revenge. I do not expect to accomplish anything by it. Lincoln, Montana, 1996. This cabin is the chosen home of Theodore J. Kaczynski, more commonly known as the Unabomber.
Oh.
He's long been feared as
this would be
America's
the
smartest
Unabomber.
criminal,
Oopsies.
a serial bomber who's killed and wounded targets across the country with no clear connection. For 17 years, he's eluded the FBI. It's the largest, most expensive manhunt in the Bureau's history. He's the evil genius they simply can't catch. Likely history's most intellectual serial killer. He's terrorized the nation, instilling fear in Americans about opening their mail and getting on planes. And he did it all from his cabin. Here is where he built his bombs, where he wrote his manifesto, and where he evaded capture for nearly 2 decades. It's where he turned from off-the-grid recluse to world-famous murderer. This cabin contains all the evidence the FBI will need to convict him. It's located deep in the Montana wilderness. Back in 1969, Ted moved here from California, where he left behind a shining career as a math professor at UC Berkeley. He wanted to get closer to nature and far, far away from everyone who pisses him off, which is most people. He built this cabin with his brother, back when Ted still talked to him. It's got no electricity, no plumbing, just a wood stove, a bed, and a whole lot of books. Right now, Ted is building another bomb. They're meticulously crafted, and he's continuously improving his technique.
There you go, kids. If you read,
every year they
into
become
the
more
Unabomber.
lethal. In fact, he's got another one under his bed, wrapped and ready to go. But he won't get a chance to send it, because despite his intellect, he made some pretty dumb mistakes.
Couldn't figure out how to mail a stamp. Kids the mail it. Whatever. Fix a stamp. Kids these days. Jesus, where's that? It's like set your sails for yeah. Whatever. Not skipping the credits.
This video is largely based on these 2 books. Links are in the description.
I know, more books.
We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved.
Okay, if I can't find these pieces soon,
Born in
this is gonna be a
1942,
problem.
Ted grows up in a pretty
Because-
average family in the suburbs of Chicago. They're working-class Polish Americans. His parents are
All right,
politically
that's one.
progressive, bookish and intellectual, and really into the outdoors. They're strict but loving. At least,
we need a
that's how they
Naruto
remember it.
run looking piece.
It becomes obvious at a young age that Ted is exceptionally gifted, so his parents push him to succeed.
Oh,
He skips 2
shit, it
grades
might be in the
and easily
bag.
aces every class. He's a pretty normal kid for someone with an IQ of 168.
Oh,
Sure, Ted is quiet, shy around girls, and arrogant, but he has a core circle of friends and plenty of hobbies. Like his parents and brother, he loves playing music,
Nobody
reading,
say
and camping.
literally me.
People like Ted. They'll later remember him as a sensitive, respectful kid.
Wait, could this one be wrong? No,
All that
looks
starts to
perfect.
change when Ted enrolls at Harvard University
No.
at just 16 years old. Like many college freshmen, Ted struggles to adjust. Here, he no longer feels like the smartest person in every room. And as a working-class kid
At
thrown into the world of
170?
America's elite, he's a fish
Probably.
out of water. Other students and even faculty mock his shabby clothes and blue-collar background. He's deeply bothered by their snobbery, pain that will
Jesus.
follow him through life.
Yeah, I mean that.
Ted's also just really young, younger than almost everyone else on campus. As an adult, Ted will write his mother furious letters about this. He demands apologies for pushing him out of the house before he was ready. Ted becomes depressed, and his grades suffer. His classmates describe him as a total loner, moody, rude, and virtually mute. He's that guy on the dorm floor who only leaves his room to go to class, who ignores everyone else, who slams doors. There's a stench of rotting food wafting from his room. Ted doesn't know it yet, but his withdrawn and alienated demeanor has caught the eye of a psychology professor. Dr. Henry A. Murray is very famous, with an on-campus research center named after him. He's basically a god in the social sciences. Murray is looking out for particular types of students,
Yeah,
those who
I
will
think
make
I must
excellent
have-
guinea pigs for an experiment. His final, most elaborate experiment.
Unless,
the capstone
like, this
of
is
a long
my-
and illustrious career. It also happens to be a CIA-funded project designed to cause extreme distress and break down the subject's sense of self.
Just what a growing boy needs.
Clearly, we are in a position to do a great deal of damage, and it does appear that the FBI is not going to catch us anytime soon. The FBI is a joke.
What?
It's the 1970s in San Francisco. The city is a hotbed of anti-government activity. There's outrage over the Vietnam War. Protest bombings are a regular occurrence. Explosions happen every week up through the mid-80s. The FBI dubs it the Belfast of North America. Radical far-left groups like the Weather Underground and the Symbionese Liberation Army claim credit for many of the bombings. So most of the cases are pretty straightforward in terms of understanding motive and perpetrator. But amidst all of this, the FBI's San Francisco bomb squad makes a shocking discovery. 12 mysterious, similarly built bombs can be linked to one elusive killer or group. They have next to nothing to
shit, I
go
forgot to
on.
look
Just
for
for whatever unknown reason, this string of
downward
explosives
facing.
seems to target universities and airlines.
Downward down.
Whoever is building these bombs is an expert
This is
crafter
downward
and careful
down.
to not leave any DNA behind. Not a hair, not a fiber. They're encased in beautiful
Close.
handmade wooden boxes.
Downward down.
There are no eyewitnesses to the bombings, and no letters from organizations claiming credit. The victims appear to be scattershot of random people. The unknown perpetrator is referred to by the code Unibomb, for university
Okay,
and
downward,
airline
downward.
bomber. So far, his bombs have killed
come
one
on.
person and injured 20 others across 5 different states. Unlucky recipients of the Unabomber's early packages
Okay, and then
include
we
a campus security
over here.
guard, a handful of graduate students and professors, a secretary,
Oh,
an
you
airline
can't see
executive, and
that
passengers
face
on
is
a flight
covering
from
it.
Chicago to DC.
That's fun.
Some are injured quite badly.
Oh my god.
The first death is in 1985. Hugh Scruton, a guy who owned a computer store in Sacramento and was about to get married. What does he have to do
There we
with
go.
anything
There you
at
can
all?
see everything I'm working on. Sorry, that's...
Far away in his cabin, Ted reads about his death and chuckles to himself. He hears that the FBI offers a $25,000 reward for any information. He's flattered. The Unabomber is making waves. Not bad for the actions of one man in a 10 by 12 foot shack with no electricity, running water, or phone service. pretty hard to imagine now. These days, connection isn't optional. It's how we get around. Check in, look stuff up, call for help, all of it. That's where Saily comes in. With affordable global data in over 200 destinations in 8 regions, Saily is the eSIM provider that keeps you online while abroad. Forget hunting down local SIM cards or getting slammed by roaming charges. With Saily, you'll be covered before you even leave home. Just download the app, pick your destination, and activate your plan. Once you arrive at your destination, your Saily data plan will activate automatically, and you'll never get stranded without service again. Saily gives you a heads up when your data is running low. You can top up in seconds. Simply download the Saily app and use code FERNTV to get an exclusive 15% discount on your first purchase. Money back guarantee in case your device is not compatible. Back to Ted. Here in his cabin, he's got everything he needs. Snowshoes, maps, a homemade chair, a cot, a typewriter, and hundreds of books. Scraps from junkyards and jars of chemicals for making his bombs. Binders and binders full of notes. All kinds of disguises for delivering the bombs, like wigs and sunglasses, and shoes with fake soles. It's crammed to the gills, but meticulously organized. At this point, the FBI has 0 promising leads, and by the end of it all, they'll never actually find the perpetrator themselves. The bomber is always several steps ahead of them. They'll pursue thousands of dead ends, spend hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars, and pour countless man-hours into this case. They have no idea why he's targeting the people that he is, but the bombs are so precise, so well crafted, there's gotta be a motive, right? In 1987, there's finally a
man's
break in
gotta
the
have a
case.
hobby.
The Unabomber plants a package outside a Salt Lake City computer store, and a lady spots him. He's wearing a gray hoodie, sunglasses, and sporting a mustache. The police create a sketch and post it all around the country. The bombings immediately stop, and for 5 years, nobody hears anything from the Unabomber. All kinds of people call him with tips, but the leads go nowhere. The case pretty much goes cold, but the FBI know that it's only a matter of time before he'll strike again. They're sure he's using the time to perfect his bombs. And they're right. In his cabin, Ted is finessing his technique.
I'm frustrated.
The upcoming bombs will be a whole lot more lethal. But, as the world will soon find out,
it either means
he's
I
also
missed
busy
one,
writing. He doesn't just
or
want his
I'm
explosives
just
to do
being
the talking.
blind.
He's crafting a manifesto, one that claims to explain what the mysterious string of bombings is all about.
Bro, we need Trump's manifesto to see what the fucking through line is for all these stupid policies.
on an utterly reckless ride into the unknown. Back at Harvard in 1958, the United States is experiencing huge shifts in culture. The button-up 50s are drawing to a close, and the nation becomes swept up in the space race, the civil rights movement, the sexual revolution, the environmental movement, the explosion of drug culture, and all the while, the Cold War is escalating. The American military is paranoid that communists have developed mind control drugs and brainwashing techniques, and they're eager to catch up, so they're covertly experimenting with ways to manipulate behavior. U.S. intelligence officials are especially interested in developing a perfect truth drug for interrogating enemies, and they believe LSD might be it. But they're also testing a wide range of ways that psychological manipulation could bend the will of anyone to do whatever the U.S. military wants. They've even enlisted help from the Nazi scientists who experimented on Dachau inmates with hallucinogens and interrogation methods. The military illegally smuggles these war criminals over to get their advice on brainwashing, as part of Operation Paperclip.
Yep.
Over the course of at least 11 years, thousands of Americans are subjected to unethical psychological experiments that include sensory deprivation, hallucinogenic drugs dosed without consent, subliminal messaging, hypnosis, electroshock therapy, and even ice pick lobotomies. And that's just the stuff we know about. When the project becomes public knowledge in the 1970s, the CIA director orders most of the records to be destroyed. The program is codenamed MKUltra. Many of the test subjects are vulnerable populations, like prisoners and hospital inmates, but also students. Students are prime subjects for these experiments because of their frequent contact with professors who play a big part in MKUltra. Some of the professors know the role they play. Many don't. During the post-war period, the CIA becomes the largest employer of college professors, and the military is by far the biggest source of funding for psychological research. Professors acted as consultants and researchers for military-backed projects. They used their status to encourage their students to participate in experiments, often involving drugs like LSD. Afterwards, they reported back to the government, Harvard becomes heavily involved in Army-sponsored studies. One of the CIA's main men on campus is the superstar psych professor, Henry Murray. Murray is well known for his studies of personality, and since the CIA's beginnings, his theories have influenced how they recruit new agents and how they interrogate suspects. When Murray and young Ted Kaczynski cross paths, Murray is at the end of his career, and he recruits Ted for his final, most elaborate experiments. They're meant to assess the effects of stress and harsh interrogation on gifted male students. Murray wants to know, what will it take to break an educated, intelligent man? The setup is simple. Ted and 21 other students are asked to write an essay about their most deep-seated beliefs. Then they're told they'll discuss their beliefs with a fellow undergrad.
What is that from? Murray.
The experiment aims to compare the effects of stress on college men who seem psychologically healthy and well-adjusted, with students who seem alienated, pessimistic, and lacking in identity. Ted is most likely recruited for the second group because he's showing signs of depression. Ted's personal essay stands out as the most pessimistic of them all. It suggests that he was already vulnerable before the abusive test began. He is also the youngest and the poorest in the group. The students are told this exercise is just to study different personalities. In truth, now the real experiment begins. The essays are handed to lawyers trained in manipulation, who are instructed to attack the values expressed in them. The students endure harsh interrogations in brightly lit rooms. They face calculated personal critiques designed to humiliate and erode their sense of self. All the while, electrodes monitor their stress responses. Later, they have to watch these stressful and humiliating moments on video, over and over again, for 3 years. As Murray himself describes it, the tests were designed to be abusive. He's had a lifelong fascination with pain and stress and is known to have a sadistic streak. Plenty of participants will later report the experience to be deeply unpleasant, with lasting trauma. But Ted's responses are the most extreme in every category. Murray's team identifies him as the most traumatized of all.
Alright, whatever. Let's just start clearing pieces.
Ted Kaczynski got MK-Ultra'd. You can read all about it at CIA.gov. In consequence, many claim the CIA created the Unabomber, but that's an oversimplification. It's not so easy to prove how much effect the experiments had on Ted's turn to terrorism. None of the other students in the experiment are known to have become killers. Some psychologists believe the experiments were stressful enough to create anger problems in Ted, or even aggravate latent schizophrenia. But other psychologists evaluate him as undeniably sane. Ted himself dismissed the idea that the tests were anything resembling psychological torture. He was very invested in being seen as psychologically healthy until the bitter end. He's taking great pains to not be painted as damaged or crazy.
You don't want
he wanted his murders to be understood in the context of his beliefs, not his personal history. If people saw his actions as a result of trauma or madness, it would invalidate his ideas. Ideas that formed his last year at Harvard. Ted becomes increasingly disillusioned with the industrial technological system. He comes to believe that technology is slowly destroying humanity and eroding our freedom.
God damn.
He's horrified by widespread psychological suffering and how industrial technology
less
has
than a
severely damaged the
millimeter
planet.
but
He's certain that it'll only get worse the more technology develops. So anyone who helps advance technology in any way is the enemy. Scientists, engineers, business people, what Ted calls the technician class. Ted starts having revenge fantasies and becomes obsessed with how society enforces obedience with psychological controls. He daydreams about breaking away from society and living off the grid. Ted graduates Harvard and goes on to get his PhD in math at the University of Michigan. He's quickly establishing himself as a brilliant mathematician.
Hey,
He's
how's it going,
offered a
Dave?
tenure-track
Great.
position at
Dave
UC
X
Berkeley
crazy.
as their youngest professor ever. His students don't
Also,
like him very
I don't know
much,
how my mic
but he's
sounds.
publishing groundbreaking papers on boundary functions.
So, just
But
let me
Ted
know.
resigns one day without warning. He tells his family that he's done with teaching math to future engineers who will advance the industrial technological system and continue destroying the planet. Ted buys a bit of land near Lincoln, Montana,
Also, why so
and builds a
formal?
cabin with his brother. He's ready to escape the advanced technology that surrounded him at UC Berkeley. He wants to live a simpler life, far away from everyone he's ever known. And then, he starts to build his first bomb. Through our bombings, we hope to promote social instability. In industrial society, propagate anti-industrial ideas, and give encouragement to those who hate the industrial system.
I don't know how well this shows up or at all on
In
camera.
1993, the
but
Unabomber
these
strikes
two
twice
pieces,
after a 6-year hiatus.
there's like a
Two prominent researchers, a
little
computer scientist
hair
and a
of
geneticist, receive packages the size of a VHS tape.
difference in the
bombs
heights,
detonate
so they
upon
don't
opening.
go together. That's fucking annoying.
And both professors are badly injured. Shortly
What are you
after,
gonna
the
do?
New York Times receives a typewritten
Nature
letter.
of the beast.
It claims credit for the bombs and says the public should expect more to come. In 1994 and 1995, the Unabomber succeeds in killing 2 people with his mail bombs, an advertising executive and a forestry lobbyist. As feared, his explosives have become notably more sophisticated. Bombings are usually accompanied with demands for money or some kind of action. What made the Unabomber so difficult to understand and to find is that his bombs never came with any requests. They seem to be built only to cause fear, injury, and death. 17 years after starting his bombing spree,
What are the
Unabomber
rules
finally
for,
makes
like,
his demands
if
known.
you actually did
He
want to
writes the New York Times
disappear?
again, announces that he will permanently desist from terrorist activities if they publish a 56-page manifesto. The request kicks off a fierce debate
Oh,
between
yeah.
the FBI and the newspaper to publish or
Just
not
do
to
this.
publish. The FBI has a clear policy to not negotiate with terrorists, but they also
maybe-
believe he'll honor his promise and stop killing people.
The lighting
After all,
issue's
this is what the
tough.
bombs were seemingly for.
I'm gonna try a few
Pay attention to his
things.
views. Plus,
Try and sort
they
it
still lack
out.
leads. If the public reads the manifesto,
Yeah, 'cause I
someone
agree
might
that-
be able to identify the Unabomber.
The glare is annoying. Maybe if I get like, if I get some like toilet paper and I just wrap it around the lamp, because like it's as hard as this is to see now, it's impossible to see without it. Oh, actually, true. Phenomenal point. Sorry. And if I can do that, and then actually no, I should put it more to the side. It'll give some shadow and some depth to it. Then I'll put my big old head over it. Oh yes. Well, yeah. Alright, that seems decent. Let's ignore the hole in my desk.
So the manifesto is published. The FBI decides it should just be the Washington Post, though, because it has fewer readers, and the newspaper's stance will be
Of
easier to
course.
survey.
Thanks for the suggestion.
So they
it's a
think.
good call.
Interest in the Unabomber is huge.
I've had this desk
Newspaper sales hit a
forever.
record high that
I
day,
just-
with
when
lines
I
snaking
was-
around the block.
I was a huge AC/DC fan. I wrote the AC/DC symbol here. There's stains. There's more marks than I can count.
Across the country, Americans are eager to finally read what the Unabomber has to say. The manifesto opens with an iconic line. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. And though the manifesto is an argument that calls for dismantling industrial society, it's also, unwittingly, a self-portrait. Within its pages, the Unabomber has accidentally unmasked himself. David and Ted, though 7 years apart and very different, grew up close and loved each other very much. As adults, they had impassioned philosophical debates by mail and shared a lot of the same views. David also worried about technology's destructive effect on humanity. He'd also spent some time living off the grid in a self-made cabin. But David wasn't a killer. When the manifesto is published, he hasn't spoken to his brother in a long time. Ted cut him out when David got married and refused to answer any of his letters. David's wife Linda, a philosophy professor, has a funny feeling about Ted, whom she never met. As the bombings stack up and some of the timings coincide with Ted's travels, Linda tells David, "You've got a screwy brother. Maybe he's the Unabomber." David doesn't want to hear it. Linda doesn't know Ted the way David does. He'd never kill anybody. As a kid, Ted used to cry at the thought of animals getting hurt. But when the manifesto is finally published, David avoids reading it. He doesn't want to admit the similarities. That, like the Unabomber, Ted is an excellent carpenter, and that he had a lifelong fascination with explosives, and that some of the dates match up perfectly with
Like,
Ted's
that's
travels.
notable.
David only reads it when Linda
I
insists.
don't know how many people have
His jaw
explosives
literally
as a
drops from the
hobby.
first few lines. The killer, like Ted, also hates technology. As it continues, David recognizes idiosyncratic word choices and logical arguments that Ted uses all the time. There is no escaping the truth. Ted, is the Unabomber. So after some moral qualms about betraying his brother, David alerts the FBI. They are bound to make me out to be a sickie, and to ascribe to me motives of a sordid, or sick type. Many tame conformist types seem to have a powerful need to depict the enemy of society as sordid, repulsive, or sick.
Yeah, that's...
Lincoln, Montana, April 1996. With the tip from David, the feds are staking out Ted's cabin. The investigation is meant to be conducted quietly, but they're interviewing local townspeople, trying to collect more evidence on Ted. Right now, all they have is the linguistic similarities in the manifesto and old letters from Ted that David gave the FBI. Not exactly cold, hard proof, enough for a search warrant, but not an arrest. Rumors start to spread around town that Ted Kaczynski, their very own angry hermit, is the Unabomber. The plan is to draw Ted out of his cabin and get inside before he can escape or destroy any evidence. But they don't know if he has it tricked out with explosives. Nobody would be surprised if he did. Ted has no idea he's under surveillance.
Also, is the, am I supposed to set up, like, a exclamation point lurk command? Or you just let me know here? Just gonna lurk.
So when someone knocks and says some land surveyors need to talk, he believes them and opens the door. He wasn't expecting visitors. These days, he's busy with a dirty job. He's in the middle of rasping aluminum blocks to make powder for more bombs. He's covered from head to toe in the dust. He's rail thin because the rabbit hunting was scarce this season. Ted's hair is wild and his clothes are literally rotting off of his body. But what does he care? He's not trying to impress anyone, and he can clean up fast if he needs to blend into society. Too bad for Ted. He'll be photographed in this state, filthy, emaciated, and in severe need of a shave. The image will circulate around the globe and will not help Ted's desire to seem sane.
In terms of looks-wise.
When the feds swoop in, they find 40,000 pages of journals and plans, most written in code. The code is more complex than anything the FBI had ever seen, more convoluted than codes the KGB used during the Cold War. But Ted also left the key to the code in the cabin. Without it, the FBI wouldn't be able to decipher the decades of written confessions that definitively tied Ted to the bombings. They also find a bomb under the bed, ready to be mailed to an aerospace company in Dallas. Now the FBI has all the evidence they need. They lock up the cabin and take Ted to prison. He does not dispute that the journals with the confessions are his. In fact, he wrote them partially so that nobody would try to say he was crazy. Ted's family and his defense team attempt to convince the jury and the world at large that he is mentally ill. They're doing anything they can to avoid the death penalty, which frustrates him. He tries to fire his lawyers and defend himself. He would rather die than allow his lawyers to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. Ted pleads guilty to his crimes and is sentenced to life in prison. Behind bars, he never stops writing. He publishes 2 books and keeps up a lively correspondence with a wide array of journalists and admirers. He also finally makes some human connections. He strikes up a friendship with Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma City bomber who killed 168 people in 1995. Ted and McVeigh are briefly on the same prison block and find they have a lot of views in common, before McVeigh is carted off to death row. Ted even finds love for the first time in his life. After a lifetime of struggling to connect with women and never going beyond a few kisses, Ted suddenly has dozens of women writing him romantic or salacious letters. But only one captures his heart. A school teacher he calls his lady
That's
love.
a crazy phenomenon.
They spend thousands of hours talking by mail or in visiting
and it's
rooms,
really common
but they are
too,
never
no?
able to touch. He writes classical
Well,
music
that's
for
the
her
proportion
before she
of it
dies
is
of lung
blown
cancer.
out of the water by
Later,
red
Ted also
pillars,
develops
but-
cancer. When the condition becomes advanced, he dies by suicide in June 2023 at 81 years old. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In the decades since his arrest, Ted Kaczynski continues to fascinate and sometimes inspire. The manifesto's central argument is that
Gotcha.
technological
Okay,
advancements
yeah,
since the Industrial Revolution have robbed people of their freedom and well-being. These advancements
good.
are supposedly responsible for widespread psychological suffering and environmental devastation. It's a revolutionary call to dismantle industrial society
probably get
altogether
like a Nightbot
and
or
warns that
something like
technology
that.
will inevitably overpower human autonomy. Many of Kaczynski's observations in the manifesto are true. Some of his predictions are prescient, and a lot of the grievances are understandable. It's not hard to find people who are also frustrated with surveillance or sad about environmental destruction. At the time of his capture, Time magazine wrote, "There's a little bit of the Unabomber, in most of us. Nowadays, Ted Kaczynski continues to find admirers online, from teens on TikTok, depressed about climate change, half-ironically saluting Uncle Ted, to the extreme right mass murderer, Anders Breivik, who heavily quoted Kaczynski's industrial society in his own manifesto. But even if most people can find parts of the manifesto they agree with, most people are not willing to kill. Kaczynski knew that most people would be repelled by his crimes, but committed them anyway. Those who find the ideas compelling might want to check out Jacques Ellul, the thinker whose ideas most inspired the manifesto. The philosopher never advocated killing. They also should check out Ted Kaczynski's diaries. They lay bare the personal motivations that drove the Unabomber, beyond the manifesto that was polished for public consumption. Technological society really did seem to anger Ted, but Ted was also very, very angry, in general. In his diary, Ted Kaczynski writes that he was happy to kill innocent civilians. He took pleasure in causing people pain. He killed at least 9 dogs just because they barked too loud. He hated leftists, he hated doctors, he hated women. He fantasized about killing them just for rejecting him. He fantasized about killing his neighbors just because they annoyed him.
That is a good idea.
Including a toddler. He condemned technology as slavery and glorified simpler times that ran on.
Right, yeah, a light table. Yeah, good idea. Let's see. Yeah. I just need a big one. I don't know. Is this 3 feet? 3 feet by 2 feet? Light table 3x2. 100. Holy shit. No, I know. I just wanted to look into it because that'd be really, really cool. I don't know if I could get like a light to light up the acrylic from another angle. Yeah. Jeez. Might have to just get some like RGB strips or something. Oh, really? Send me a link. Or, I mean, have a link.
Actual slavery. Kaczynski wasn't even much of an environmentalist. He made fun of them in his diaries. He littered proudly. He poached illegally. He logged on protected lands. You might get the sense that he only used environmentalism as a post hoc justification for his murders. A cynic who identified ecological concerns
I have a
as the
board
most
under
acceptable
here.
excuse for killing.
Oops, that was in Prime fucking video. Whiteboard. Oh shit, that's not the right video. Hold on, production quality's going down the drain. Give me a sec. Let's go this.
July 1st, 2018, 9:20 a.m. A high-security prison south of Paris, one of the largest, most modern, and most secure detention centers in France. Hundreds of guards, massive 17-foot walls lined with barbed wire, and armored doors. The courtyards are covered with anti-helicopter netting. On all 4 watchtowers, snipers with assault rifles stand at the ready.
Cool.
In solitary confinement cell 207, inmate number 00-10189 waits to be escorted to a visiting room. He is the most heavily guarded prisoner in the country. He was involved in at least 30 robberies, some including hostages, one involving a cash and transit heist that led to the death of a police officer.
Yeah, 20 centimeters.
Twice, he slipped away from the police right at the scene of the crime. And 5 years ago, in 2013, he pulled off a spectacular escape from another high-security prison, using a smuggled gun and explosives to blast his way out. 2 guards unlock his cell to pat him down. They do find something suspicious, but it's just a pack of gum. The guards like him, Despite his staggering record of high-stakes crimes, he's easygoing, funny, and likable. It's almost like he's perfectly comfortable here, behind bars.
Oh wait, we watched this yesterday. My bad. This seems interesting. A little history.
Beijing, China. It's just after nightfall in the year 1908. A mysterious group leaves the Forbidden City. Servants, mounted imperial guards, the palace chamberlain. It's an official escort plus security detail. But they're not taking someone out of the city. They're on a mission to bring someone back. They travel north until they arrive at a red-gated mansion, the home of Prince Chun. He is not expecting visitors, but the imperial procession is not here for him. They're looking for his 2-year-old son. The little boy is afraid of the strangers and hides in a cupboard. The servants try to pull him out and carry him away, but the boy resists. He screams, he sobs, he scratches and wails. When they finally manage to calm him down, they take him back to the Forbidden City. This little 2-year-old boy was just chosen to rule China. His name is Puyi. Puyi is going to be the next emperor.
Dude, I learned about this guy in
and the
6th
Chinese
grade,
people will regard him
and
as
the
a
name
living
has
god.
never left my psyche, nor anyone in my year.
This video is largely based on the excellent book, The Last Emperor by Edward Beer. Find the link in the description.
Edward Beer?
It's Puyi's coronation ceremony, and the boy can't take it anymore. For what seems like an eternity, they paraded before him. Strange men speaking strange words, ministers, palace guard officers, other officials. They approach and perform a ritual bow, kneeling 3 times and touching their heads against the ground 9 times. A kowtow. Each man pledges his allegiance, words that mean nothing to the young boy. To the 2-year-old, it's incomprehensible and frightening. The one person who could soothe him, who would calm him down and make him feel safe, isn't there. His wet nurse. Puyi is not allowed to see his mother, and Nurse Wang is her replacement. She plays with him, breastfeeds him, sleeps next to him. She's his main comfort and favorite companion. But she has been excluded from the ceremony. Puyi begins to fidget. Also, he's cold. The hall is freezing.
Oh, that's fucking sick. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm not finding anything under like $150. But I'll keep looking. But alright, back to Puyi. It's been a while since crazy. This guy, I was talking to my little brother, and Puyi came up in conversation.
It's his father, Prince Chun, that he wants to go home. Then he starts crying. Prince Chun is desperate. No occasion could be more important than this. It must go well. He tries to soothe his son, saying that it'll be over soon. Those words may have comforted Puyi. To the palace staff who overhear them, though, they sound like a grim prophecy, not only about the emperor's reign, but about the fate of the Qing dynasty itself. The Qing dynasty began in 1644 after a minority ethnic group, the Manchu people, overthrew the majority ethnic group, the Han people. At its peak in 1790, the Qings were the 4th largest dynasty of all time. At the time of Puyi's coronation, China had more citizens than any other country. When the boy took the throne, he became the ruler of nearly a third of the world's population. China has been ruled by dynasties for more than 2,000 years, and the power of the emperor has remained unchanged since then. On paper, it was virtually limitless. The Qing emperor was arguably the most powerful human being on Earth. But actually, China and its dynasty have been in decline for a long
gotta
time.
think,
A series
like,
of internal power struggles.
It's some plastic and some LEDs. It is not worth 100. I'll build one before I do any of that shit. Alright, I'll think about that.
Have weakened the position of the emperor, leading to this one seemingly bizarre moment. But in fact, Puyi was not selected as emperor in spite of his age, but because of it. This is Cixi, also known as the Dragon Lady. As a teenager, she was chosen to be a concubine of the emperor. After his death, she seized control of the empire and effectively ruled China for nearly 50 years as Empress Dowager. To maintain her power, she installed underage boys as puppet emperors. But as the last of them grew older, tensions arose. Now he is very ill. Cixi knows he'll soon be dead. She is willing to do anything to hold on to power. After losing a war against Japan, China was in heavy debt. As a partial payment, Cixi allows foreign forces to claim territory and valuable resources. China is weakened, the population oppressed. In the Forbidden City, a place of intrigue and conspiracy, Cixi is under massive pressure. Her health has been deteriorating. She urgently needs a new puppet. Technically, as long as Puyi is still underage, his father, Prince Chun, will be regent. He himself is loyal to Cixi. He's also incompetent, unlikely to outshine her. Exactly what she needs. After little Puyi has been seized from his home, everything seemed to be working out for her. The day after, as expected, her previous puppet emperor died. He was poisoned. But before Cixi can make her next moves, she too dies,
inches.
and a 2-year-old sits on the throne.
What do I have that's a gnome?
Of course, all of this is lost on Puyi. All he knows is that some important-looking people took him away from his mom, put him in a fancy robe, and are doing all sorts of strange things in front of him now. The reason is that he's no longer considered an ordinary toddler. From now on, to everyone he encounters, he's a living god. Three years later, Puyi is 5 years old now, and this is what a typical day of his might have looked like. He opens his eyes. He is on a massive kang, the platform bed where he sleeps every night, snuggled against Nurse Wang. Puyi must get dressed. Custom dictates that the clothes he wears must never have been worn before. Yesterday's outfit, his silk tunic, padded waistcoat, sable jacket, and fur-lined coat, has already been disposed of. Of course, he's not going to dress himself. As with everything, the eunuchs will take care of it. They are his servants.
No.
If you want to serve in the imperial court of the Qing dynasty, you have to become a eunuch. That means you have to cut off your penis, scrotum, and testicles. It would guarantee that the emperor is the only fertile man in the palace. Therefore, every child that was born here had to be his. Like all male Qing subjects, eunuchs wear a queue. Only a particular kind of eunuch, eunuchs of the imperial presence, were allowed to look at Puyi. All others had to look at the ground or turn away. They had no beards, their heads were bowed, their voices were high, since most had been castrated before puberty. Since tradition dictated a person couldn't reach heaven if they weren't buried whole, the eunuchs carried their removed genitals at all times in little jars filled with salt water.
Back to the bus.
The emperor is hungry. At a signal, the eunuchs will immediately prepare a huge buffet for him. Now, like every other day, he must pay a visit to the eastern palaces. Here, his other mothers live, 5 women who were either married to or concubines of the 2 previous emperors. To get to the eastern palaces, Puyi must take a walk through the city, again accompanied by the eunuchs. Wherever Puyi goes, dozens of eunuchs accompany him. One walks 30 yards in front, warning people to make way. Then come 2 chief eunuchs, walking on either side of the path. Then, about 2 feet behind, the center of the procession, Puyi himself. He is walking, and 2 junior eunuchs attend him on either side. Then come eunuchs of the imperial presence, carrying clothing, parasols, a canopy. Then more eunuchs still, carrying boxes of cakes and delicacies. Then eunuchs of the imperial dispensary, and finally, at the rear, eunuchs carrying chamber pots and commodes. If along the way, Puyi realizes he needs to use the toilet, the eunuchs will be there, rushing forward with a chamber pot, and then rushing away with it to inspect the outcome. Puyi arrives. According to ritual, each mother asks after Puyi's health, though whether they care is less clear. Long Yu, for her part, believes little boys should be kept in good health by half-starving them. She holds considerable power over Puyi. She is the widow of Guangshu, Puyi's poisoned predecessor. She is Prince Chun's co-regent. In a few years, she will banish Puyi's beloved nurse Wang, not even allowing her to say goodbye. Though Puyi hates all of his mothers, he has a special hatred for Long Yu. On the way back, Puyi is in a bad mood. Suddenly, he makes a decision. 2 of the eunuchs offended him. It's not clear how, but either way, he wants them to be flogged. The 2 offending eunuchs are made to expose their bottoms. 2 other eunuchs come forward, holding sticks. The eunuchs are beaten on the spot. Puyi watches, and there's delight in his eyes. Back at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he listens as court officials
I'm
on
a eunuch.
and on.
Most people just
They
call me
speak of
John.
matters of state, providing information incomprehensible to the little boy. They come with documents, each requiring the seal of the emperor. He applies the seal again and again and again, under the supervision of his tutors and the palace chamberlain. It's bewildering and terribly boring. As regent, Prince Chun holds the real power and makes the real decisions. But the seal must be applied by the hand of the emperor. At last, after hours of talk and ceremony, Puyi is free. He wants to be entertained. There's no real friend to play with, but the eunuchs are not only his servants, but also his entertainers. One of his favorite eunuchs puts on a puppet show. Puyi loves it, and he comes up with an idea. He wants to reward the puppet master with a cake. But before presenting the gift, he asks Nurse Wang to fill it with sharp pieces of metal. He tells her that he wants to see what the eunuch looks like when he eats it. Wang manages to convince him to fill the cake with dried beans instead. Now, Puyi asks for his air gun. He's looking for a practice target, and chooses the eunuchs. But shooting eunuchs is only fun for so long. He's bored again. He sees a piece of dirt on the floor. He points at it and tells one of the eunuchs, "Eat that for me. And if a living god asks you to eat dirt, you better kneel down and eat it."
I mean, shit.
At night is when the little boy feels safest, curled up in the arms of Nurse Wang. Sometimes he still misses his biological mother, but his memory of her is already hazy. He won't be allowed to see her again until he is 13. Puyi lives an isolated life. He has no idea that beyond the walls of the Forbidden City, the country which he is technically the emperor of, is in turmoil. It's October 1911. In Wuchang, a group of soldiers mutiny, turning against their corrupt generals. This uprising soon spreads all over the country and turns into a full-blown rebellion against the dynasty. The Chinese people are fed up. 4 wars and increasing Western incursions have decreased China's territory, and the majority Han population has been sick of Manchu rule for centuries. The people begin to dream of a more unified republic. Then the imperial army flips, siding with the rebels, leaving the dynasty without military defense. By February 1912, Prince Chun has renounced his position as regent. Empress Dowager Long Yu also steps down and agrees to Puyi's abdication. And just like that, the Qing dynasty is no more. China is now a republic. With the new freedom of press, newspapers sprung up all over the country. Soon, outlets from every political camp started shouting over each other in a highly polarized media landscape. If that sounds familiar, it should. Polarization and echo chambers are fueling record low trust in today's media.
Ground News
but today's
ad,
sponsor,
Ground
News, is changing
There
that.
we go.
They've built the only app and website showing how stories are covered across the world, with context on each source's bias, reliability, and whether they're run by state media, corporations, or independent voices. Take China vowing to retaliate against countries that harm Beijing in their ongoing trade war with the US. Ground News lets us compare the coverage side by side. Chinese state media is warning other countries that attempts to harm their economy in exchange for tariff exemptions are doomed to fail, while US media strongly believes Trump will win this trade war. In a world where the truth can get buried under spin, this kind of clarity isn't just helpful, it's essential. We at Fern think Ground News is a great way to see through the biases and make up your own mind.
Good afternoon, Googly. Or I don't know if it's afternoon. Oh no, it's evening where you're at. Well, yeah. At the suggestion of Dave XX Crazy, I'm trying to find a light board that's big enough to fit this fucking thing. But, like, the ones that are, like, 5 inches too small, like, $50. Those extra 5 inches jump the price to, like, $150. I just need something that's, like, at least... I don't even know, because this notebook, it's 10.5, 1 and change. I think it's probably 20 inches. That's all I need. That's like, it's only 20 times what I gave him. Got him.
So we got you 40% off the same Vantage plan we've been using. Go to groundnews/fern or scan the QR code to subscribe. The link is in the description. So, is this the end of Puyi's reign? Not entirely. For the majority of the traditional Chinese population, the idea of a country without a monarch is odd. Abolishing the dynasty entirely is unthinkable. So the new rulers negotiate an agreement with the old monarchs. Puyi would be allowed to live on in the Forbidden City with his servants and personal
end of that
fortune,
stream, like,
plus an
really
annual allowance of
my
roughly
night.
$3.4 million
Just a bad
in today's
feeling,
money.
I guess.
Even though Puyi officially abdicated the throne, he continues to sit on it,
That's not
and he
going
continues
anywhere.
to put the imperial seal upon court documents. But now these documents concern insignificant matters, staff promotions, the transplantation of trees, when the eunuchs should change their uniforms. The Forbidden City has become a place of make-believe, and it begins to feel like a golden cage, one that Puyi will want to break out of very soon. Eight years later, a well-dressed British gentleman enters the Forbidden City. He will bring chaos to the divine palaces.
Hey,
His
you
name
guys.
is Reginald Johnston.
You guys are back.
Johnston is a respected Chinese linguist, a poet and calligraphist. Now he will be the English teacher of China's emperor. But Johnston begins to secretly teach Puyi Western history and philosophy. Up until this point, the young emperor only studied Chinese classics. But under Johnston's influence, Puyi falls in love with British culture, and he starts to change. Normally, all male subjects of the Qing dynasty were required to wear a queue, but soon Puyi will just cut his off, a major offense to the tradition. He begins to dress like an English gentleman instead. He starts speaking a mix of English and Chinese, and from now on, he will call himself Henry. Puyi also wears glasses, which the dowager consorts will not approve of. He will ride a bike through the Forbidden City and fall in love with movies. But most of all, he will become obsessed with a strange new invention from the West, the telephone.
Fortnite.
He makes calls to people in Beijing and hangs up before announcing who it is. One time, he orders a meal to a false address, likely the first royal prank call in history. Puyi increasingly gets an idea of what the outside world might actually look like, and everything he's missing out on. He announces that once he's old enough, he wants to leave the country and study at Oxford, just like his teacher. On June 3, 1922, he tries to make this dream come true. He asks Reginald Johnston to sneak him out of the Forbidden City. But Johnston, the man who'd planted all these dreams in Puyi's head, refuses. If Puyi were to leave, Johnston would lose his position, with all its perks and status. Puyi has no one else to help him escape, and though he doesn't fully realize it yet, he's being entrapped even further. The dowager consorts, who also depend on him for their livelihood, have figured out a way to make escape impossible. Puyi faces a decision. He must choose a bride. His only guide, these 4 photographs, selected by the dowager consorts. He is 16 years old. The pictures are small, the faces of the women difficult to see. He draws a circle around one that looks pretty. This is Wen Xiao, a 12-year-old Manchu girl. But the dowager consorts don't consider her a suitable first choice. She's an aristocrat, but she's too poor to be empress. He chooses again. This time he points to a 15-year-old girl from a prominent rich family. The dowager consorts are pleased. Her name is Wang Rong. 2 tiny pictures. One will be his wife, one will be his consort. He's encouraged to point to other pictures to choose secondary consorts, but Puyi refuses. One is enough. The pictures he selected are taken away. He won't see either girl until his wedding night. A couple of months later,
like
just after the wedding, Puyi is with his empress wife for the first time. He has no experience with women. Now, on his first wedding night, he's supposed to consummate the marriage. But he doesn't know how. No one told him how this works. He panics and runs away. Puyi didn't consummate his marriage then, and it's probable he never did. When asked many years later, Puyi's little brother said the ex-emperor was found to be biologically incapable of producing children. This may have been literally true, but some historians speculate that this was a euphemism, that Puyi was, in fact, homosexual. The years after Puyi's abdication are years of chaos. The first Chinese premier declares himself emperor. A few weeks later, he abdicates. 6 months later, he's dead. Meanwhile, warlords fight all over the country, and Western powers continue to assert economic and territorial influence through concessions.
Whatever that could be.
China is weak, fragmented, and without central leadership. In November 1924, one of the warlords takes control of Beijing and forces Puyi to leave the Forbidden City. He can keep his private wealth, and he'll get money from the state, but his days as emperor are finally over. To Puyi, now 18 years old, this doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, okay.
He's always wanted to live an ordinary life. From this day forward, he'll be a private citizen, free to do whatever he wants.
Damn.
But his freedom will look quite different from what he expected. 26 years later, in a Chinese prison, to be more precise, the Fushun War Criminals Management Center. The dynasty is no more. The republic is no more either. After a brutal civil war, Mao Zedong and the Chinese Communist Party have seized power, and they've installed re-education centers all over the country. Prisons and labor camps where enemies undergo communist brainwashing and harsh conditions. They either learn to be communists or die in the process.
Man, it'd be crazy if one of the largest Twitch streamers was
Prisoner number
advocating for
981
that, huh?
is weak and absurdly incompetent. He only recently learned to tie his shoes and brush his teeth. He is hopelessly untidy and constantly forgets simple actions, like turning off the faucet after use. Before his imprisonment in 1950, he'd never have to do such things. They'd been done for him. He'd been a living god, after all. Now, like so many others, he's going through so-called remolding. He's compiled a list of Japanese crimes in Manchuria. He attended presentations by Japanese war criminals. These crimes, he was to blame for them, he begins to realize. For this is Puyi, the prison's so-called number one traitor. After leaving the Forbidden City, he aligned himself with the Japanese. They first housed him in Tianjin, then enthroned him as emperor of the Japanese puppet state of Manchukuo in Manchuria. The region was invaded by Japan in 1931. For 11 years, he'd been the puppet emperor once again, controlled by the Japanese, legitimizing their myriad war crimes in Manchuria. When the Soviets invaded Manchuria in 1945, Puyi had been captured. Tried as a war criminal at the military tribunal for the Far East, he'd lied shamelessly to save his skin, disavowing all responsibility for his role as a ruler and blaming the Japanese, his former ally. Shortly after the Chinese Communist Party came to power in 1949, the Soviets sent him back to China. Now in Fushun prison, he's being remolded. The Chinese communists realize he's a powerful symbol, an incarnation of everything they're against, decadent imperialism and capitalist greed. If he can be turned into a communist, anyone can. It would be the ultimate symbol of their ideological supremacy. Puyi will spend 9 years at the prison camp, listening to lectures, grappling with his guilt, committing to paper his many sins. In the end, he is released, weak, shrunken, and humble. Puyi is now a true believer, a die-hard communist. At least, that's what he says.
The guy who wanted to have a fight in London, like, happened to be emperor, it seems.
After being released from prison, Puyi moved in with his sister in Beijing. One time, he even worked as the tour guide in the Forbidden City, the place where he was once crowned the emperor of the fourth largest dynasty in human history, ruling over a third of the world's population. A private citizen at last, Puyi eventually took a job as a gardener, working quietly among the plants. It seemed that Puyi at least found some sort of freedom. Throughout his life, he has worn many faces. As a toddler, he was traumatized by a sudden kidnapping. As a boy, he took pleasure in torturing innocent servants. As a teenager, he dreamed of becoming an Oxford student. As Emperor of Manchukuo, he was complicit in horrendous crimes against humanity. And as a prisoner, he was repentant and humble. He died on 17 October 1967.
Man, that's... Sometimes I forget there's a lot of history that's not that long ago. Well, like... that sounded incredibly stupid, but I think you know what I mean. What was on Bin Laden's hard drive? Yeah, let's do that.
May 1st, 2011.
Didn't he have like a
Pakistan.
This
Not Stardew
compound
Valley. Is large,
What's the
but it's nothing fancy.
Animal Crossing
Inside,
Islands?
You'll find dozens of chickens, some
Pretty sure I
vegetable
heard
patches,
that.
a cow, and the world's most wanted man. Only a handful of people know that Osama bin Laden and 16 members of his family have been living here for the past 5 years. They've taken great care to be as self-sufficient and under the radar as possible. They're a tight-knit family, and every night they have intense debates about the future of Al-Qaeda, especially lately. Like always, bin Laden goes to bed with one of his 4 wives. Tonight, it's the youngest, Amal. They're fast asleep, cuddling their 3-year-old son, when they're startled around 1 a.m. Is that a storm? Amal reaches to switch on a lamp,
desert
but
storm,
bin Laden stops
one
her.
might say.
He knows this sound. It's not a storm, it's helicopters. Bin Laden panics. The Americans are here. They found him. He's forgotten to load his AK. This won't end well for him. And another realization sets in. We are going to find his hard drives. 3 terabytes of Al-Qaeda's secrets. Nothing could be worse. He'd rather be captured and killed than to have this data exposed.
I mean, yeah, it'd be bad, but finding out that he watched anime... I don't know.
Before we begin, for more background, we would like to recommend these fantastic short docs by our colleague and friend Neo on how bin Laden was found. Also,
Those are
this
also
video
great
is largely
videos.
based on the book The Bin Laden Papers by Nellie
Not too
Lahoud.
bad.
Links are in the description.
There's
Now,
not a lot of news
let's dive into
today.
the incredible story
From
behind these hard drives.
Up and dipped to New Jersey, so...
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda.
When the U.S. Navy SEALs raided Abbottabad to capture bin Laden, they were supposed to stay for only 30 minutes or less. Most successful missions take no longer, and any delay would amplify the danger. But when they spot, quote, a shit ton of computers in the compound, the potential intelligence value is too tempting. They deviate from the plan to return ASAP. They gather up the electronics and deliver them to the CIA.
Nope.
Sifting through the
God
files
damn.
is a gargantuan task. Every Arabic-speaking
We'll
linguist
say I've
in the
gotten
intelligence
3 pizzas
community is
today.
on the job.
That's a big day.
There's lots of normal stuff you might find on just about anyone's computer.
I've been at
Home
this for
videos,
like a week now.
news clippings, memes, excessive amounts of pornography.
Hell yeah.
Then there is the expected terrorist content, Al-Qaeda propaganda, and so on. But that's not the interesting part. On these hard drives,
Bro,
U.S.
had
intelligence
4 wives
discovers a
and he's
treasure
still
trove
gooning?
of letters.
Jesus.
The bulk of Al-Qaeda's communications were typed or handwritten, then transmitted by couriers on a SIM card. For security reasons, bin Laden did not have internet access the whole time he was in hiding. The letters were exchanged through what Al-Qaeda called a closed circle.
Yeah, that's
a
what I
courier
would've
moved
did.
between 2 intermediaries, one on bin Laden's side
Sorry,
and one on the
my
side of his
brain's
trusted
broken.
associate in North Waziristan, a mountainous part of Pakistan bordering Afghanistan. Security measures were so stringent that the courier did not know about the letters he was transmitting, and bin Laden never met him or knew who he actually was.
Might play some CS
Using
in a
couriers
bit.
was cumbersome and dangerous, but
Yeah,
it
it'd be
worked.
fun.
For 10 years, bin Laden successfully remained hidden, and the world was in the dark when it came to Al-Qaeda. Until, of course. We rely heavily on high-powered computers to produce these videos, but sometimes we might just want to work in a cafe or abroad or on the beach even. We can't take our giant desktops with us, but there is another, much cleaner solution. AnyDesk is a lightning-fast, secure, and reliable access software for seamless remote work and file sharing. It's free for personal use and supports remote video editing, 3D printing, CMS monitoring, and much more. It's easy to use for even the least tech-savvy, but powerful enough for advanced use like remote server maintenance. The clean interface makes AnyDesk a breeze for anyone to use. It's available for all platforms, from your laptop to your phone, all the way to your grandmother's Windows XP machine. If you're looking to collaborate
Seriously?
remotely and need something fast and flexible, check it out at anydesk.com/Fern. We really do use AnyDesk regularly and can highly recommend it.
Oh, that's a good marketing line there.
Upon discovery of the hard
That
drives,
some
the
shit
CIA got
works on
straight to work
XP.
extracting the immediate intelligence gains. What they found, they acted upon quickly. For example, the files helped them locate Al-Qaeda's chief operations officer in Pakistan's tribal regions. They killed him by a drone strike within 4 months of the Abbottabad raid. Al-Qaeda's top legal scholar was found and killed shortly after. But after these quick results, many of Al-Qaeda's secrets remained buried on these hard drives, coded in the countless letters. It would take years to grasp the content of all these communications, and help came from outside the CIA.
And what I wanted to do was actually to chronicle Al-Qaeda's history post 9/11. And I wanted to do it through the letters. Not through secondary sources, but through the letters.
This is Dr. Nellie Lahoud. She studies the evolving ideologies of Al-Qaeda and ISIS, and she led a team that analyzed and contextualized the contents of bin Laden's papers.
The declassification process began in 2012, and by 2017, the declassified files were massive. At one point, I came to realize this is where I was going to find Al-Qaeda's internal communications. And these were about 97,000 files. I was fortunate that I was able to have the support of 2 research assistants who were native Arabic speakers like me.
Lahoud and her assistants looked at all nearly 100,000 documents, and what they uncovered is astonishing. The letters reveal bin Laden's character and Al-Qaeda's inner workings.
Oh yeah,
They
wasn't
lay
there a
bare
big
bin Laden's future plans into
tanky
these spheres.
thing?
They help map
being
out
like,
the global
"What a
jihadi
minute."
landscape, and they offer a
Bin
definitive
Laden was
account of
amazing because
Al-Qaeda's
they found one of
history,
the, like,
which up until then was
someone
deeply
published one of his
misunderstood.
manifestos. I feel like I remember that, but I didn't.
Tora Bora,
pay
which means
attention
black
to that
dust in
news.
Pashto, is a remote and barren
Didn't
part
really
of
care.
eastern Afghanistan. Bin Laden loves this region and knows it well. It held a special place in bin Laden's heart since the 1980s, when he made a pilgrimage from Saudi Arabia to assist the Afghan Mujahideen in the holy cause of fighting the Soviets.
I feel like this might
He
be
helped fund the
wrong.
construction of cave complexes in the region and recruited fighters who contributed to the broader resistance movement. The Soviets eventually withdrew, and bin Laden believed his contributions to be decisive. The victorious Afghan jihad
It is
inspired the
wrong.
formation
Oh,
of
shit.
Al-Qaeda, which means the base of an Islamist
Could've
legion
missed something.
that could wage jihad
Oh, no.
anywhere. At that time, bin Laden and the Americans were on the same side. both
I don't know.
in
What do we
Tora
think? Should we let the
supporting
stream
Afghan
do
Mujahideen
bot
and
through?
resisting a Soviet invasion. Now, 14 years later, bin Laden is cowering from them, fleeing into
Dude,
the same
thank you for
mountains that he
blocking
once
that
used as a
term.
stronghold.
That's so helpful.
But the CIA are on his tracks. On December 3rd, 2001, the situation turns grim for Al-Qaeda. The Americans start bombing relentlessly. Al-Qaeda members are hiding in caves at 9,000 feet, shivering in 10 degrees below freezing. They have no access to drinking water because it's frozen. The bombs keep raining destruction. Against all odds, bin Laden escapes the US troops, but he's not feeling celebratory. He knows that at any moment he can be killed, so he hastily draws up his will. And in his will, bin Laden writes to his children, "Forgive me, because I have given you only a little of my time since I answered the jihad call. I have chosen a road fraught with dangers, and for this sake suffered from hardships, embitterment, betrayal, and treachery. I advise you not to work with Al-Qaeda."
Oh shit.
It's a low moment for bin Laden, and it's not just because death is around the corner. It's also because he made a horrible mistake, and now he knows it.
What the letters reveal is that Al-Qaeda had not anticipated that the United States would launch a war in response to 9/11. At most, they thought that the United States would respond with a limited...
Yeah, I'm down.
Al-Qaeda was completely unprepared. They didn't even have a plan A. Bin Laden made a huge miscalculation. He believed the United States was fundamentally weak, a paper tiger with no real bite. Not all jihadis suffered from this delusion. In a council shortly before 9/11, high-level jihadis and Muslim religious authorities warned bin Laden that the Americans would attack the whole Middle East if he launched an attack on US soil.
They message
But he
you,
waved
or
off
is
their
there like an
concerns
unbanned
confidently.
request
He
thing?
was certain that the United States didn't have the resources for a counterattack. Bin Laden's stated purpose of 9/11 was to serve as a decisive blow to force the United States to withdraw its military forces from Muslim-majority countries. Well, quite the opposite happened. Now bin Laden had no choice but to acknowledge the true power of his sworn enemy. Several key Al-Qaeda members are already dead, captured or displaced into unfriendly countries. The Taliban, who has been aiding Al-Qaeda, has fallen rapidly, but it would take bin Laden years to publicly admit his mistake. For their part, the United States also misunderstood the power of their enemy, but in their case, the opposite was true. They believed Al-Qaeda was far more powerful than it actually was. Up until bin Laden's death, al-Qaeda was widely perceived to be the major player in the global jihadi landscape. 9/11 shocked the world, and it was assumed that only a very powerful network could harm the world's greatest superpower in such a devastating manner. Most people believed al-Qaeda was still pulling the strings when it came to other Islamist terrorism. The Madrid and London bombings of 2004 and 2005 were falsely reported to have been orchestrated by the group. And for a while, bin Laden fed that narrative, publicly cheering on jihadis and allowing people to believe that he was calling the shots. Al-Qaeda continued to release public statements, which allowed them to project strength that they did not have. They fed the illusion that the jihadi landscape was a united front. But the papers show that the post-9/11 reality looked quite different.
So when bin Laden disappeared from the scene, we learned that he stopped communicating with his associates for about 3 years. Now, he was watching the news, he was releasing public statements, but he had no knowledge about what was happening in the world of Al-Qaeda itself because he was hiding. So between 2004 all the way to 2011,
giant book
all the letters
called The
make
Great War for
absolutely
Civilization.
clear that Al-Qaeda did not have the resources.
It's supposed to
did not
go
have
through all this
personnel
stuff, but it
to
is
mount
dense, and it starts with the guy's first
quote-unquote
meeting of
successful jihadis capable of international
Sky
terrorism
meeting
were in
bin
almost all
Laden,
cases operating independently of
and them
Al-Qaeda.
talking. It's like,
From the outside, the movement appeared to be united under Al-Qaeda, but
I'm
in reality,
excited
the
for the
network
book.
was riddled
It
with
seems really
internal
interesting.
divisions. Al-Qaeda was at constant odds with affiliate groups because of
fucking
differing
thick,
strategies, power struggles, and serious trust issues. Later letters show that much of Al-Qaeda's post-9/11 focus was on managing these tensions. In highly bureaucratic Al-Qaeda memos, you can tell that bin Laden's educational background is in business administration and not religious scripture. He's a hands-on boss with a tendency to micromanage, running Al-Qaeda like a failing company. He's preoccupied with the competition, with rebranding, with PR scandals, and with potential mergers. He's anxiously trying and failing to control the affiliate groups. He's afraid different strategies are tarnishing the Al-Qaeda brand.
These groups ended up focusing their attention locally, and in the process, they mounted many indiscriminate attacks that saw many Muslim casualties, and this upset bin Laden deeply. Many, if not probably all these attacks, were not authorized by bin Laden or the top leadership of Al-Qaeda. We find bin Laden and his associates remarkably calling for less terrorism rather than more terrorism out of these groups. But this isn't to kind of paint them as being, peaceful makers. They wanted the attacks of all these groups to be targeting the United States.
The United States' counterterrorism efforts didn't reflect any of this complexity. The Americans believed that Al-Qaeda was growing stronger by the day. They were fixated on Al-Qaeda as the main threat, pouring a huge amount of resources into finding bin Laden. And just after the 9/11 attacks, the Bush administration passed the authorization for the use of military force. This legislation allowed military force to be used against anyone considered to be associated with the attacks, without requiring explicit approval from Congress. If a jihadist could reasonably be linked with Al-Qaeda, then military activities in the region could be pursued more swiftly. Meanwhile, other, more threatening jihadi groups were growing in strength, outside the purview of the Americans' enormous military resources.
Welcome back.
As a result, in 2014, Al-Qaeda was overtaken by a rival jihadist group. A group that was formerly an offshoot, they had broken away, largely due to strategic disagreements. Bin Laden tried and failed to keep that group under control, but after a point, they simply stopped responding to his letters. That group is now known as ISIS. The letters reveal another fascinating delusion of bin Laden, which helps explain why he was ultimately captured.
It's funny. Terrible joke. It's like Stan by Eminem.
For nearly a decade, bin Laden has been on the run from the US. His entire life and the lives of his family members are focused on evading capture. It pains bin Laden that his family is stuck in hiding. The papers show that he's a caring family man who is intensely worried about the safety and well-being of his loved ones. He might be a mass murderer, but he reads his grandkids stories every night. It's a tough life in isolation, but his careful security measures have kept him safe. At one point in 2010, bin Laden receives a letter that one of his couriers might have been captured. This would compromise everything.
But instead of really
I mean,
starting to pack his bag,
the one thing I wanted to
chose
say
to
to
stay
him
where he did.
was like, we're not going to come together on Israel Palestine. It's not going to happen. We just operate in different factual universes. But, like, you know, if he's in Gaza helping out the people there, that's commendable. That's all I wanted him to hear. I don't think it's, like, useful for either of our times to argue about it. We're just not coming together on it, but... I don't know if he's here, but... That's it.
Why bin Laden had a soft spot for his family. At that time,
Why do you have a
his
soft spot?
wife,
Of course he had a soft spot for his
who
family.
was
It's his
detained
family.
in Iran, as well as his son, were released, and they wanted to join him.
So bin Laden's role as a kindly patriarch may have been the reason for his ultimate downfall. He was too wrapped up in his family matters to give the courier threat his full attention. But there was another reason, something completely unexpected. A world historical event. Not he nor the world at large saw it coming. Suddenly, bin Laden's obsession with security took a backseat role because his attention shifted. In December 2010, a wave of uprising thunders throughout the Arab world. People are fed up with corruption, poverty, and authoritarianism. The Arab Spring sends shockwaves through the Middle East and the rest of the world. The initially peaceful protests turn deadly. Governments are overthrown. Civil wars erupt. At first, bin Laden is overjoyed. The people are demanding the removal of corrupt dictators, which he
We
and
learned
other
about the Arab
jihadists
Spring
have been
in
advocating for years.
7th,
Bin Laden
8th
sees a
grade.
power vacuum, and he plans to fill
Definitely
it.
a piece of
He's
history
long
I
wanted
need
to
to touch
instigate
back
regime
up on.
changes in the Arab world. After all, that was the whole point of September 11. The United States was backing authoritarian regimes in Muslim-majority countries like Egypt and Saudi Arabia. The attack was meant to force them to retreat from the region.
never do that.
Then their puppet regimes in the Arab world would fall, and Al-Qaeda could swoop in and install Taliban-style utopias. And now the people are overthrowing these regimes themselves. What could be better? Bin Laden and his family are excitedly preparing their response. We know this from a handwritten family journal found during the Abbottabad raid. The journal recorded the conversations of bin Laden's family, leading up to the night before his death. Every day, they're having intense debates about how Al-Qaeda should navigate this new reality. There's just one problem. Al-Qaeda isn't exactly at the forefront of the protesters' demands. It seems that many people want democracy, and not a caliphate. And the situation keeps changing rapidly, so strategizing is tricky. In his last few days, bin Laden relies a lot upon his two millennial daughters to formulate a stance. Maryam and Sumaya are 19 and 21 at the time. The journal reveals them to be sharp, passionate, and willing to challenge their father. They ask him the hard questions, like, is it possible that some among the new generation will believe that political change can occur without jihad? After all, the West intervened in support of overthrowing the Libyan dictator and seems generally in favor of the uprisings. Bin Laden is stumped. At points he is almost hopeless in his confusion. One day saying, we cannot do anything except intensify our prayers. But his daughters push him to make a statement. The political moment is too important to waste.
So the role of his daughters was remarkable, and we find in the letters by various family members that Maryam and Sumaya, to quote one letter, worked very closely with their father, and their writings were broadcast on TV, meaning that it was their work, their writings, that bin Laden had delivered in his public statement over the years.
Yet another
So clearly
thing
they
to
were
blame
doing heavy
millennials
lifting at
for.
home. They were all on the same page in terms of their
go.
loyalty.
Okay, I've
to
got 1, 2,
jihad,
3,
their
4,
loyalty
5, 6
to
pieces left
their
on this
commitment,
bottom row.
rather, to
I
the
hope
cause
they're
for
all in
which bin
here.
Laden had
I
spent his life.
don't want to have to try all
It
of
was,
these.
It was a family affair.
Alright.
At the end of bin Laden's life, the
Excuse me.
papers reveal a man who is fearful, paranoid, and incapable of materializing most of his plans, large and small. He never achieves another large-scale attack on the United States.
No? Another phenomenal oh, I should definitely subscribe. Love this guy's videos. Google Friends video. Let's do something a little less political. I burned out from yesterday. Unfortunately, I almost exclusively watch politics, so that's all my recommended is. Holy Christ. How a Boy Scout turned into a $1.2 billion drug lord. I'm an Eagle Scout. That might be interesting. Oh, that's not good. All of gossip will come under... I said I was going to not do politics. That's insane, though. That's terrifying. Oh, boy. Let's do the OJ chase. Why not?
On the morning of June 17, 1994, news reporters from all over Los Angeles raced to one specific location, pointing their cameras to capture a very brief moment. A moment that will probably be only a few seconds long. The location is the LAPD headquarters in downtown Los Angeles. And at around 11 a.m., over 1,000 journalists are gathered at the entrance. The moment they want to capture is the perp walk of O.J. Simpson, who any minute from now will be placed in handcuffs right here. O.J. Simpson. In the mid-90s, this was about as big a media spectacle as one can imagine.
Perhaps the greatest running back of all time.
O.J. Simpson was known as one of the most successful football players of all time. And besides his football career, he had made a name for himself as a media personality, appearing as a sports commentator, movie actor, and in several commercials.
Pioneer's New Country Spicy Chicken.
And not only would he be placed in custody, it would also be for one of the most serious crimes imaginable, as O.J. Simpson was the main suspect in a double homicide investigation. 5 days earlier, in the Brentwood area of Los Angeles, 2 dead bodies were found. The victims were Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman, murdered in front of Brown's apartment. Nicole was O.J. Simpson's ex-wife, who for many years had been harassed by her former partner, both during the marriage as well as afterwards. O.J. is said to have regularly stalked her as well as been violent towards her.
It's not.
911 emergency.
Can you get someone over here now to 325 Gretna Green? He's back. Please.
Well, okay, what does he look like?
He's O.J. Simpson. I think you know his record.
The second victim, Ron Goldman, was a friend of Brown's, and he just happened to be at Brown's apartment that night to drop off something she had forgotten. Traces of a perpetrator's blood were discovered at the crime scene, and this evidence was incriminating O.J., who became the main suspect. Based on this evidence, the police decided to arrest O.J. Simpson.
The Los Angeles County District Attorney has just filed murder charges against Orenthal James O.J. Simpson.
Due to his fame and previous cooperation with the police,
this?
It was assumed that there was no risk of an escape. After all, a famous celebrity like that wouldn't go on the run, they thought. And so, an agreement between the police and O.J.'s lawyers was made, allowing him to turn himself in at...
Let me find that. Shrek O.J. Simpson. Look at this.
Tonight on Night.
Ah, now here's a good show.
We got a white Bronco heading east into the forest, requesting backup. It's time for the men in steel to teach these madcap mammals their devil.
Then, yeah,
at the police station, leading to this crowd of reporters.
Yeah.
But this is where things go differently. Time and time passes,
yeah.
And after more than 2 hours, the reporters are suddenly asked to come inside the building. Not knowing why, they are stunned to hear the police statement.
The Los Angeles Police Department
Do we need my face? Yes, we do. I would never deprive
Right now
of that.
is
Beautiful,
actively
beautiful.
searching for Mr. Simpson.
Here's in Springfield.
With OJ not showing up, police started heading his way. OJ Simpson had spent the night and morning in the San Fernando Valley, at the house of lawyer Robert Kardashian, with whom he maintained a long friendship. In addition to Simpson's legal team, there were also several doctors present, as well as Al Collins, OJ's former football teammate and a childhood friend. When the police officers arrived, they first met OJ's lawyers, who were agreeing to OJ calming down to be arrested.
We greeted them. They were very polite and courteous. They told us that they would follow normal procedure, handcuff OJ, and take him to the police station, and they
That is typically what you
agreed
do
that we
when
would
you
be able
arrest
to
somebody.
accompany him. At that time, it was suggested that Dr. Fairstein go up and tell him that he was going to be transported in handcuffs into custody. It was at that time when Dr. Fairstein went in the room to alert him that we discovered for the first time that OJ was not present. Al Callings was not
I have
present.
misplaced something. Oopsies.
With the two men gone, the only thing that was found in the room were 3 letters that OJ left behind, which to most
OJ's 2
people seemed
letters,
to
what do you mean?
indicate that he was planning on taking his own
Okay,
life.
yeah, sorry. This is...
One letter was addressed to
That's
his
some
children,
high-quality
the
content.
other to his mother, and one to the general public. A letter which Robert Kardashian read aloud to reporters only a few hours later.
Oh yeah, I
Think of my
forgot. This
life
is why the Kardashians have
feel
any
I've done
presence in
most
media.
of the right things.
Fucking crazy,
So
man.
why do I end up like this? I can't go on.
One of the most famous personalities in the city and the country has disappeared. And almost at the same time as the police, thousands of reporters became aware of it and head on a search. It is the beginning of a race of who can track down OJ Simpson
I'm gonna
first.
get through
What no one
a couple
knows
more
at
of
this
these.
point is that OJ
Then we're
is
gonna do
not
some
hiding
crosswords.
in any home,
So I
but
don't-
is on the road.
It's like,
At
this is what I
this
do
time,
before I go to
OJ
bed,
is
so I'm
sitting in
like
the passenger seat of
subconsciously
a
getting
white
tired.
Ford Bronco, while Cowlings, who owns the car, is driving, heading down south on the 405 freeway. The destination they picked is the Ascension Cemetery, located in Orange County, a place where the two of them had been to only a few hours earlier. On June 16, the day before this escape, the funeral of Nicole Brown Simpson took place right here. Even though there were already increasing doubts about OJ's innocence at the time, as the ex-husband of the victim, he attended the memorial service.
The mourning ex-husband, the grieving father.
What, he
the
just had to make
focus of
sure?
the murder investigation.
Now, a day later, OJ wanted to go back to her grave, presumably to harm himself right there. When the two arrive at the cemetery, they realize that it will not be possible to go to the gravesite without being recognized.
Did you go to her grave?
Yes, well, we never made it there because there was a police car blocking the entrance.
They wouldn't let you in?
Well, AC saw
I'm gonna-
avoided going in.
Give me a sec while I move things around.
Unsure on what to do next, Cowlings parks the car near the cemetery. According to his own statement,
Sorry if this causes
OJ
any, like,
wanted to wait
really
for the
annoying
police
mic
to leave so
interference.
he could still go to the grave. While they were waiting, they turn on the radio, and they notice that there are reports on
Alright.
almost all frequencies about a large-scale search for the two. Presumably, in order not to be recognized, OJ now moves from the passenger seat to the back seat and lies down. And he instructs Cowlings to drive back up north, heading to his house, with
Oh,
the
play some
goal of meeting his
blueprints.
mother there.
And then blueprints and then Counter-Strike probably?
Knowing that there is an active manhunt for him, OJ Simpson then decides to call the police himself, who immediately trace the call to determine where it's coming from. The signal appears to originate near the El Toro Y interchange.
That's all units and stations for Station 18 per LAPD. Attempt to locate 187 suspect. Southbound 5 freeway from El Toro at 1646 hours in a white 1993 Ford Bronco, possible plate 3 Delta Hotel Yankee 503.
With this information, it doesn't take long until the first police car spots the vehicle.
241, I'm behind it, occupied by a male black, northbound 5, north of Red Hill.
Journalists all across LA were listening into police radio, and soon the first news chopper finds the chase and goes live on air.
Yo.
Subject has stopped. The subject has stopped.
The pains of having a bazillion different monitors. Such a tragic body, right?
Regional 7, he's continuing now. He is continuing.
Though Cowlings doesn't stop, he also doesn't try to outrun the police, traveling a mere 30 miles per hour.
To that guy.
Due to the slow speed of the chase and the fact that no new cars can catch up from behind the police, the traffic around the Bronco drops significantly.
They seem to have cleared the freeway pretty much like they do when you see a presidential motorcade.
However, things are completely different in the airspace over the highway, where more than 9 different news helicopters are now broadcasting the chase to homes and sports bars all across the nation. As Cowlings continues to follow the highway, he then calls 911, trying to negotiate with the police.
Switch to
911, what are you reporting? This is AC. I have OJ in the car. Okay, where are you? Please, I'm coming up the 5 freeway. Okay. Right now, we are okay, but you gotta tell the police to just back off. He's still alive, but he got a gun to his head. What's your name? My name is AC. You know who I am, goddammit. Okay. Alrighty, sir. Hold on just a moment.
Copy the stream title over on YouTube.
What's your name?
Every time. I don't think anybody.
The information that OJ is armed increases the danger.
Regional 710 could not see in the window of the vehicle.
Blueprint stuff.
And the LAPD tries to take advantage of the fact that there are cameras pointed at the car from nearly all directions, cooperating with the news choppers to try to get a better look at the situation.
Okay, what we're doing is we've asked the police department, they can't see through the windows, and we're allowed to shoot a picture through the windows to see if indeed he is back there with the gun.
Meanwhile, the Bronco leaves Interstate 5 and turns onto California State Route 91, heading west. Increasingly, onlookers are flocking to the side of the road, watching the chase in person. Years earlier, OJ was part of a well-known advertising campaign for...
Alright, so yesterday, I played a bit off stream. I finished the, I aced the exam puzzle, and now I need to do... I got the first half of one of the castle things. So I need to do the whole chess puzzle again. Select the king, and then it'll unlock some more stuff for me. So this whole thing really... Oh, and I need more stars, because I'm out.
Car rental company Hertz, appearing in ads where he runs through an airport terminal while being cheered on by onlookers. Now, many are shouting this slogan, "Go, OJ, go," to the white Ford Bronco as it races past them, followed by the police.
I forget to select blueprints on YouTube.
The chase has the entire country hold its breath. As it is Friday evening, with several major sporting events taking place, TV viewership is already quite
might even
high.
Get a view.
Now, OJ's chase catapults this to a completely new level. Sports broadcasts were either paused completely or relegated to a small frame at the edge of the screen. Some sports commentators who personally knew OJ even took the opportunity to appeal to him directly, encouraging him to give up. No game on the sports field could surpass the excitement of what was currently taking place on the streets of Los Angeles. For comparison, The most watched television event of that year, 1994, was the Super Bowl in January with 90 million viewers, which actually was the third most viewed Super Bowl ever at the time. But the OJ chase sets a new record. If you take the various broadcasts together, 95 million Americans are watching this chase.
Oh shit.
Looking at history, this means it was the 6th most watched broadcast on US television till that point, which is especially remarkable.
Wait, that's a crazy, I never even thought to look at this. I mean, this is at 1994, so the Apollo 11, that would make sense. Nixon's resignation, that's a lot. The MASH finale, that's surprising. Roots, the day after, I have no clue.
Well, considering that almost all other events on this list were announced and advertised weeks and months prior, while this event happened on the spot. Meanwhile, the white Ford Bronco turns again and switches to Interstate 405, now heading further north.
Team 241 is indicating that he's making a cell phone call.
God damn.
Knowing that OJ is using a cell phone while driving, LAPD detective Tom Lang remembers that he had written down OJ's number and decides to call it.
All right, anyway,
to his surprise, OJ
back to
picks
it, for
up.
real this time.
Just let me get to my house. Okay, we're gonna do that. I swear to you, I'll give you what. I'll give you me. I'll give you my whole body. Okay. I just need to get to my house. Okay. We're gonna do that. Just throw the gun out the window. I can't do that. We're not gonna bother you. We're gonna let you go up there. Just throw it out the window, please. You're scaring everybody. OJ, you there?
As OJ and Cowlings approach the Brentwood neighborhood where OJ's house is located, the car leaves the freeway and makes its way through the more narrow streets. On the phone, Lang tries to calm down a dangerous O.J. Simpson, repeatedly mentioning his children and his family.
You're listening to me, I know you are. You're thinking about your kids right now, aren't you? Aren't you? They're thinking about you. They're thinking about you. So is your mother. Your mother loves you. I'm the only one that deserves. No, you don't deserve that. Get hurt. You do not deserve to get hurt.
Kitchen.
You do not deserve to get hurt.
We'll take her right now.
Don't do this. All I did was love Nicole. All I did was love her. I understand. I love everybody. I try to show everybody my whole life that I love everybody. We know that, and everybody loves you.
Lang increasingly flatters the celebrity and makes it about OJ himself, calling him by his football nickname, the Juice.
Juice, don't give in now. You've been a man all your life. You're admired. Don't give it up.
We'll trunk it.
At 7:57 p.m., still unstopped by the police, the Ford Bronco arrives at OJ's house. Cowlings pulls into the driveway and parks. As they come to a stop, Jason, OJ's son, runs straight towards the car, seemingly shouting through the driver's window.
All right, who is that out there? Just toss it, Juice.
The police officers who were in the house were worried that this could escalate the situation, and they step in to lead Jason away from the car. On the call audio, you can now hear Cowlings as he is trying to stop OJ from harming himself.
The fuck? Alright, the chess puzzler.
If there is anyone at this point who still doubts that the extremely cautious approach by the police throughout this chase is atypical to how LAPD operated at that time, what happens next will make it clear. Over a period of 15 minutes, negotiations between the car and police take place. Occasionally, Cowlings even steps out of the car, shouting at officers who seem to approach them. Ultimately, they come to an agreement. OJ will surrender himself, but on his own terms.
A shovel?
He leaves the car and is allowed to go into the house, where his lawyers also arrive. Here, OJ is allowed to drink a glass of orange juice and have a phone call with his mother. Only then he's being handcuffed and placed into a police car, heading to the LAPD Parker Center to be placed in custody. the chase has come to an end. Besides working on this story, I recently spent a lot of my time crafting a video about a completely different escape attempt. Not a chase where someone tries to escape the law, but instead a captivating story about trying to escape an oppressive regime. Back when Germany was a divided country with a brutal border strip that made it impossible to flee from the East German dictatorship, two families came up with an insane plan. They decided to build their own homemade hot air balloon and would risk their lives to try to fly to freedom. I am immensely proud of this documentary I produced, for which I even got to
Very nice. Yeah, I mean, that's... I wasn't alive during the OJ shit, so... I don't fucking know. This was a great one. Yeah, why not?
What you are looking at is considered the most densely populated place that ever existed. On an area of just 6.5 acres or 4 football fields, dozens of individual buildings have merged into one solid organism.
Observatories,
shops,
security,
restaurants, churches, private homes, and virtually everything that makes a city.
I also need a nook.
While the outside-facing apartments get to enjoy sunlight, a vast majority are located within this block, full of dark pathways. It is a giant urban maze that attracted all kinds of people with reasons to
stop
hide.
giving me push notifications.
This
need more
is Kowloon Walled City. To understand just how incredibly closely packed people lived here, let's compare this city with other places. Take the East Village in New York City, located in Lower Manhattan. There's a small park in the center, but other than that, it is a pretty dense neighborhood with historic row houses and more recent large apartment buildings. Based on the 2010 US census, just over 44,000 people live here. That results in a population density significantly higher than for all of New York City, and New York is the most densely populated city in the United States. By all means, this is a dense place. But let's compare it to Kowloon Walled City. In 1987, a survey estimated that 33,000 people live here. The density is simply astounding. And in reality, the number might have been even bigger, with some estimates going up to 50,000 people. Perhaps the strangest thing about Kowloon Walled City, however, is just how abruptly it ends. While everything is crammed into this tight block of buildings, behind the sharp walls of the city, there are relatively spaced out buildings, and even a park with sports fields. So why was everything crammed into this small block? The answer is that Kowloon Walled City wasn't part of the rest of Hong Kong, but had its own legal status. The walled city began as nothing more than a small Chinese military outpost, stationing about 10 guards. It really started to take shape more than a century later, when the outpost was expanded by the construction of a larger fort.
It's all falling apart.
At the same time, the nearby harbor of Canton began to gain importance. Chinese tea was a hot commodity for British traders, who purchased it in staggering volumes, allowing this region to prosper. However, the trade relationship was notably unbalanced. While the British bought large quantities of tea, the Chinese had little need for goods from Europe. To improve this trade balance, the British began to illegally import opium from India to China. This scheme proved effective, with the widespread consumption of the drug escalating rapidly. This led to an addiction epidemic, which wreaked havoc on the Chinese economy. Recognizing this crisis, the imperial government took decisive action to halt the opium trade, but this move led to a heated conflict. which would later be known as the First Opium War between Great Britain and the Chinese Empire.
Oh.
Britain won the war and subsequently occupied Hong Kong in 1841.
I'm sorry all these
the walled
videos
city
are like,
was not affected
and
as it was
everything
located
was
on the
okay.
island
And then
nearby.
the British came.
And as a result of this loss, the Chinese Empire decided to reinforce the fort in Kowloon by building large walls around it, giving the area.
To be fair, we
its
watched
name,
2
Kowloon
videos on
Walled City.
like China, so it would.
At the heart of this fortress, they built a yamen, which is the main office from which this outpost is administered. The tensions between China and Britain continued on, ultimately leading to the Second Opium War in 1860. As a result, the Kowloon Peninsula too fell into British hands. And the final boundary negotiation took place in 1898, resulting in a 99-year lease of the new territories to Britain.
Oh yeah, you guys gave up
This
that territory
is, in
early,
short,
huh?
the story of how Hong Kong became a British colony, as it is commonly known. But what is often overlooked is that the convention included one specific exception: the Kowloon Walled City, which is located inside the new territories, a Chinese enclave in the middle of British Hong Kong. As time moved on, both the Chinese and the British administrations showed a lack of interest in the walled city, leaving it to its own fate. The desolate barracks soon became makeshift homes for squatters seeking refuge. And recognizing the need for community structures, a Protestant church seized the opportunity to establish a senior home within the historic yamen. But the peaceful existence of this enclave was shattered in 1937, when war erupted between Japan and China.
Okay, I need a splitter here.
The full-scale invasion initiated by Japan emerged as the central conflict in the Pacific throughout World War II. And by 1942, Japan had taken control of vast swaths of northern China, as well as holding various coastal exclaves, one of them being Hong Kong, which they utilized as a strategic military base. The Japanese expanded the local Kai-tak airport, and to do so they needed building materials. Therefore, they tore down the walls of Kowloon Walled City, which was located right near the airport.
No, the name. It's just Kowloon City.
The end of the Second World War saw Hong Kong revert to British control. Simultaneously, the newly founded People's Republic of China in 1949 reasserted its right over the Kowloon Walled City. Practically, however, neither the Chinese nor the British took control of this area. And with a massive wave of refugees in the wake of the Chinese Civil War, the need for cheap living space in Hong Kong was immense. And so, in the decades that followed, a maze of buildings grew ever higher and denser. Single houses became multi-story buildings, became 14-story skyscrapers. The sunlit streets turned into shaded paths until they were eventually completely blocked from sunlight. Within the confines of the walled city, the laws of Hong Kong were not enforced. Any construction within the city proceeded without adhering to any building codes, with one singular exception. Due to the city's close proximity to Kai-tak Airport, a strict height limit of 14 stories was enforced. Kowloon Walled City was located right along the path into the airport. Landings at Kai-tak were one of a kind, with pilots navigating through Hong Kong's mountainous terrain, flying remarkably close to the walled city on final approach. The highest priced apartments were those facing the outside, followed by those near the internal courtyard. These units offered the precious commodity of sunlight and fresh air. You could add a caged balcony to your apartment, cleverly expanding your living space. But most of the units were located inside, in extremely unhealthy conditions. This is a plan for a typical building inside the city. With no windows, people here were completely dependent on electric light. There also was no waste management in place, which led to catastrophic air quality. Frequently, rubbish was simply disposed on one of the city's rooftops or thrown into one of the shafts between buildings. The air is said to have been constantly stuffy and polluted by the many factories that operated inside the city. As for clean water, a mere 6 official water stations served the entire city, which means residents often had to carry the water over long distances. In terms of electricity, few actually paid for the service. Instead, most residents opted to illegally tap into external cables, routing them through the city's intricate maze of narrow passageways. These harsh living conditions attracted not just those looking for a cheap place to live. The city's ambiguous legal status also attracted those who saw potential for unique business opportunities within its shadowy confines. The walled city became a popular hub for dentists. Many of those had obtained their qualifications in mainland China, but found their licenses unrecognized in British-governed Hong Kong. This rendered them unable to legally practice elsewhere in the city. The absence of regulatory oversight also allowed various workshops, such as those specializing in metal fabrication, to flourish within the city. And kitchens were selling popular food items that were outlawed in the rest of Hong Kong, such as dog meat. Generally, food production was a common business inside the city, despite the completely unsanitary conditions. It is even said that many of the delicacies processed here over the day ended up on the plates of expensive restaurants across Hong Kong later in the night. While these kinds of businesses within the walled city skirted the edge of legality, others plunged straight into the realms of serious criminal activity. Just because this city is free from the laws of Hong Kong did not mean it was a space without order. Power structures still exist, with the triads, notorious criminal gangs, controlling the city. While businesses did not pay taxes, many of them were forced to pay protection money to these groups. And the triads themselves engaged in illegal businesses, such as soliciting prostitution, opium dens, and in the later years venturing into heroin trafficking.
You can at least do one of
the Hong Kong authorities found themselves in a difficult
Although I
position,
would like a sauna.
not wanting to let the growing addiction problem get out of hand. A permanent police presence inside the city would be an affront to China, which still claims the territory as its own. Therefore, in the mid-1970s, the authorities decided to carry out many isolated raids, with police officers storming the city for short periods of time, arresting criminals, confiscating drugs, and then leaving again. In addition, various private aid organizations established themselves, operating a kindergarten as well as a Christian missionary youth center that offers help with addiction. The historic Yamen in the middle of the city became a popular social spot, hosting public events for the city's residents. Even though the situation in the city improved in parts, it was again geopolitical reasons that ultimately ushered in the final chapter of the city. Its legal status was a result of the 99-year lease of the surrounding new territories, and it is precisely that countdown that was coming to an end. In 1984, after years of negotiations, Great Britain and China agreed on a handover of all of Hong Kong back to China. This handover was scheduled to take place in 1997, but the breakthrough in negotiations also cleared up the dispute regarding Kowloon Walled City. Despite massive resistance from the city's residents, the two governments jointly decided that the social situation, the risk of fire breaking out, as well as the fear of any of the buildings collapsing, would justify the complete evacuation and demolition of the city. With the start of the demolition in 1993, Kowloon Walled City came to an end. But as the city fades into memory, two diametrically opposed ideas of its existence emerge. The dystopian image of the city inspired a large number of fictional depictions in film and art, often showcasing Kowloon City as a futuristic hotbed of crime
improve your standard
and
of living. It's such vibes.
The city inspired tons of dystopian fantasies. However, what gets lost here is that this city was also a vibrant, tightly knit community. As chaotic as the city may appear from the outside, there was actually a lot of order. And the notion of complete chaos is simply wrong. You could send a letter to someone living inside the city, and despite the apparent chaos, it would get delivered just fine. People came here with nothing. They then raised children, established businesses, and then had to self-organize those aspects of city life that the lack of government had left out.
So, you're telling me, in the absence of a government, people form government?
To many, Kowloon Walled City is a symbol of Hong Kong,
Where you at now?
showing that hard-working people were able to create community.
Who was it who said if men
despite
were all
harsh
angels, there would be
conditions.
no need for government?
Today, on the side of the walled city, there is a park where remains of the historical city can be found in several places, such as the historic Yamen building still standing, as well as a small model remembering the urban monolith that once stood here. It's easy to vilify, and it's just as easy to romanticize a place like this. Ultimately, the answer might lie somewhere in the middle.
Is this faster? I don't know. Not in the slightest.
The story of Kowloon Walled City is one I've been meaning to tell for a long time, because it's a story that explores the intersections of architecture, history, and culture. Looking at changes of urban places throughout the decades, I think, can be incredibly insightful to understand the world we live in. One of my favorite videos I did that explores exactly these intersections is my video about the construction of the original Twin Towers, in which I explain how these buildings completely changed how skyscrapers are built. This video is part of my ongoing video series Underexposure, which also features videos about the raid on Bin Laden's compound in 2011, as well as a video about the Tenerife disaster, which was the worst aviation accident that ever occurred. These are videos that are not made for the YouTube algorithm. Instead, this series is made for the big screen. A series where I fully, creatively tell stories just how I want to. And the reason all this is possible is because me and a bunch of creators have gotten together to build our very own streaming site. And it's called Nebula. The idea
it? Or
in the southern part of Japan, you can find something strange on satellite images. Here is the city of Nagasaki, and right nearby there are a couple of small islands.
I don't know if it's quiet
Some of
for
them
you,
are empty, some house beach resorts, but then there's this island, densely packed with destroyed ruins of a former city. Google Street View works here. You can drop a pin, walk around, and explore the empty streets and abandoned buildings.
What color are we looking
It looks eerie. And it's plain to see that this island has been abandoned for quite some time. But yet, even with nothing left but ruins here, this tiny piece of land has a big story to tell. One that is much larger than recent Japanese history. It stands as a chronicle of global conflict, the rise and fall of an empire, and this island is the cause of a conflict that is still ongoing even today. This is Hashima.
There we go. Okay. You down. Okay.
What drew me to this topic initially is that, in many ways, the story of this island directly mirrors the story of Japan as a nation. In the late 1800s, Japan experienced an industrial revolution that fundamentally transformed the country. Japan moved from being a nation rooted in agriculture to become a major industrial power. Railroads were constructed, factories sprung up, shipyards were established, and all this change required energy, which led to the establishment of new mines across the country, including on Hashima. Coal was discovered down in the seabed beneath this rugged island in the 1800s. And the rapidly growing Mitsubishi Corporation caught wind of this discovery and bought the entire island to mine the coal to use as fuel for its expanding fleet of steamships. And just as coal mining on the island was booming, coal production in all of Japan was breaking records. In 1874, Japan extracted 208,000 tons of coal. By 1890, this figure had surged to 3 million tons. And by 1919, it had reached 31 million tons.
Rotated?
As the mine continued to grow into the early 1900s, the need for more workers and more space increased. Therefore, Mitsubishi started to expand the size of the island, using the slag produced from the coal mine to artificially widen the island.
You move down.
In order to protect the more fragile flat land that was reclaimed, a concrete wall was constructed around the island to protect it from the violent waves and typhoons that would crash against it. This new space would be mostly used for mining facilities, with living space dedicated to the rocky north on original island soil. And just like the island was expanding, the Japanese Empire as a whole was also expanding its territorial control. Driven by the desire to secure resources and influence, Japan occupied part of the Sakhalin Island, as well as Korea, imposing its rule on local populations. Meanwhile, on Hashima, space was used as effectively as possible. Rather than to dedicate any precious land for farming, food and fresh water were instead shipped in from mainland Japan. This way, every inch of the island that wasn't used for mining could instead be used to build more housing structures and to build supporting facilities for miners and their families, such as a school, hospital, shops, and a movie theater. They even built a pachinko parlor, which is a place where workers can go and gamble. As Hashima continued expanding, adding more artificial land and springing up more concrete structures, it began to take on its characteristic shape. When viewed from land, the island would appear like a large gray ship. And people began referring to the island as Gunkanjima, literally meaning Battleship Island. And in the 1930s, as the island increasingly resembled a battleship, more and more real warships began to navigate the seas around it.
I don't know.
That is because during the same time, Japan found itself embroiled in several conflicts, most significantly with the Republic of China. In 1931, Japan invaded Manchuria, and in 1937, a full-scale invasion of China began, sparking the Second Sino-Japanese War. With Japan aiming to expand its empire even further, this conflict would later become part of the larger Second World War. The demand for coal was at an all-time high during this period, and Hashima reached its peak production in 1941, churning out 410,000 tons of coal in that year. And Mitsubishi, the company operating the Hashima mine, was also producing the warships that the coal was used for, as well as aircraft and other weaponry for the war. With an ever-expanding island, the ever-expanding empire gained massive control in Asia. An expansion that came at a massive cost, as Japan forcibly occupied territories across the region, imposing its rule and exploiting resources. A story to which we all know how it ends. August 6, 1945, Hiroshima was the target of the first atomic bombing. 3 days later, a second bomb would be dropped. The target, the city of Nagasaki, right near Hiroshima. In the aftermath of the bomb, it was workers from Hiroshima that were ferried to the scene to help clean up the rubble. And once again, the island of Hiroshima was deeply tied to the events that would shape Japanese history. Just 4 days later, Japan surrendered. Ironically, just as coal from mines like Hiroshima was used to fuel Japan's war efforts, it would also help fuel the nation's recovery after Japan's defeat at the end of World War II. In a short time, Japan went from a rival to a strategic ally for the United States, acting as an operating base and source of cheap goods, leading into the Korean War in 1950.
Oh shit. I gotta...
All industries, including coal, saw a huge economic...
You're back. So back. So back. Wait, hold on. I didn't read the unban request. That's a little unhinged. Well, whatever.
Rise during this time, and Hiroshima once more began to bring prosperity to Japan. With this continued rising demand for coal came the increasing demand for even more workers. And by 1959, Hiroshima reached its height in population, with 5,259 people crammed into its extremely tight living quarters, making it the most densely populated place in Japanese history at the time. And yet, coal is a limited resource. By the 1970s, the mine on Hiroshima began to tap out, and at around the same time, petroleum began replacing coal as the de facto fuel source. In response, Mitsubishi announced in January of 1974 that it would be closing the mine, and all residents and workers would need to leave in just 3 months, with the last boat taking away Hiroshima's remaining inhabitants in April of 1974. From then on, Hiroshima remained closed, with entry forbidden for decades. Mitsubishi still owned the land, but had no incentive to upkeep any of the structures, and so they began to crumble and decay. What was once a bustling community became a ghost town, which itself began to attract attention from thrill seekers and the dark tourism community. Despite being off-limits, adventurers would find ways to get to the island, exploring the buildings as they were falling apart. But then, in 2009, the Japanese government changed course and decided to open the island back up for tourists. Officially sanctioned tourist groups would be allowed to step on the island. For this purpose, a new docking area and fortified walkways were installed on the southern part of the island. Here, tourist boats can dock and be shown around the island, and the island would yet again contribute to the Japanese economy, now as a place for tourism. To coincide with the official reopening of Hashima, and perhaps to encourage more visitors to this destination, Japan put forward a request to have Hashima inscribed as a World Heritage Site, a UNESCO title that would bring legal protection to the site as a recognized landmark. Everything seemed to be in order for the proposal, and the request was submitted to UNESCO for review. But then, before anything could be finalized, an outpouring of resistance came from South Korea, North Korea, and China, who all opposed the proposal. But why would they care so much about a tiny Japanese island that was once used for coal mining? The answer lies in the true history of Hashima, the version that Japan has continually attempted to deny and cover up. Because while the story we told so far was correct, it also was incomplete. Because in reality, Hashima wasn't just a coal mine. It was essentially a prison. As Japan expanded its empire throughout Asia, it wasn't just the demand for coal that had increased, but also the demand for soldiers. Japanese and Korean men were drafted into the Imperial Army, leaving a large gap in the industrial workforces. And to fill this gap, men and boys from Korea were forcibly conscribed to work, including for companies like Mitsubishi. And as Japan continued conquering China, Chinese prisoners of war were also used for forced labor at many industrial postings, including Hashima. Conditions for these forced laborers were extremely harsh, and one of the survivors of Hashima, Su Jung-woo, described what it was like for those conscribed.
I need a second one that's
Jung-woo was forced out of his village when he was only 14 years old, as a boat took him closer to Hashima, and he saw the concrete seawall meant to protect the island. To him, it looked more like a prison wall meant to keep those captured locked within. He was put in one of the small apartment units with 6 or 7 other forced laborers. Working inside the mine was brutal, with temperatures reaching up to 37 degrees Celsius, mixed with high humidity. Space was extremely limited down below, just as it was on the surface, meaning workers had to crouch and crawl for much of their 12-hour shifts. And accidents were very common, as with limited safety standards, rock slides threatened to crush the workers every day. And while Jung-woo survived his ordeal on Hashima, many of the hundreds of Korean and Chinese prisoners did not. And it is this darker past of the island that the Japanese government is obscuring until today. Many survivors claim that those who perished during their captivity on the island were taken to the nearby island Nakanoshima. Here, their remains would be cremated, sending columns of black smoke into the sky that could be seen from Hashima, giving a bleak reminder of the fate that could be awaiting those who remained. Though this information is, to this day, disputed, as Japan has denied the existence of a crematorium on the neighboring island. The application for a World Heritage Site would take years. And after lots of back and forth, a breakthrough came in 2015 after Japan struck a deal with South Korea. And part of the deal was that Japan would display information about the forced labor history at Hashima Island, visible for all the tourists visiting. With South Korea's support, Hashima was officially designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site. But almost immediately, the Japanese government walked back the promise. A controversial statement was released that claimed that the Korean and Chinese workers were legally drafted for work, just as Japanese men were also drafted for military service. Only in 2023, after facing severe backlash, some small steps were taken to provide additional context. At the Industrial Heritage Information Center in Japan, a small exhibit on Hashima includes a QR code that can be scanned, bringing up a video of the 2015 UNESCO committee discussion, where a Japanese ambassador made a statement regarding the acknowledgement of forced labor at locations such as Hashima.
More rotation here.
However, the statements made in the video are in English, with no Japanese subtitles. To this day, the question of how Hashima will be remembered remains contentious. Even though relations between South Korea and Japan are stable considering the bloody past, locations...
Whatever happened to the ghost cities that were in China? I haven't heard about what's going on there at all. Letterbox reacts to internet's response to DC shooting. Yeah, that's something. What do we got in the AP? That's not good. What's this? This could be something. Yeah, I guess it is a relatively slow news day today. Yeah. Let's see. Feel guilt of enjoying everyday life. The pitch mound surrounded by a sport as he tossed out the first pitch, then raised his arm in celebration. His name flashed on the stadium billboard. The moment was emblematic of the newfound celebrity. The guy just released from captivity. Before taken hostage, he just finished his military service, working in a restaurant. Now he's in the public eye, campaigning for the release of the 58 hostages. Upon his arrival in the Boston airport, he was greeted by a bunch of people. Did he say anything? Survivor's guilt? Yeah. Dude, I didn't, like, I read the unban request that the guy sent, and it was just, you're silent in the murder of children. It's like, I don't know. That's, the way I see it, I live in reality. The state of Israel's not getting dissolved at any point. Hamas isn't moving towards peace. Like, even if it's a two-state, for now, like, stops the bloodshed. I just want a strong third-party enforcement of some borders that aren't, no borders are going to be mutually agreed upon. Just haven't been. Flip a coin. I mean, I don't know. It seems like at this point you have to do the 67 borders, but you have to remove the settlements from the West Bank. You have to end military incursions into Gaza. You have to, like, have some degree of free travel, and you have to have Palestinian statehood. But, like, just saying, nope, Israel's colonial and needs to be dissolved today. Like, it's the war, the deaths are just gonna go on forever if that's the attitude people take. Okay, what's the guilt part? I mean, like, well, I know, like, survivor's guilt. Still little things like going and grabbing a bite to eat. I feel it here. It's choking me that I know what they're going through. Maybe they don't have food. Is he talking about Palestinians or other hostages? Oh, I see. Okay, so he's talking about other hostages. Yeah. Times where I thought I'm blind, I've been starved, I've been spat on, I've been cursed. That's... Yeah, I don't know. Worries Israel's latest offensive in Gaza puts the remaining hostages in danger. Yeah, it does. It's 'cause I think it's pretty clear that Israel's mission has been like destroying Hamas first, rescuing hostages second. Yeah, and they're willing to put an inordinate amount of fucking sorry, an inordinate amount of civilians in harm's way to reach those aims. It's like, apparently that take is silence. Whatever. Thanks, man. If you want to go full, like, if you want to be fully radicalized on the pro-Palestinian side, just listen to, like, Trump and Netanyahu. If you want to be radicalized fully on the Israel side, just listen to, like, tankies. What? It's more depressing. It's like, I know if I continue to do this shit, I'm gonna have to face like lots of that, but it's just, I'm not saying like I'm scared for my life, but you know, these people are fucking nuts sometimes, and soldiers and farmers, it's like this. The only time the Palestinian man wasn't found or blindfolded, he said he was used by Israeli soldiers as their human shield, dressed in army fatigues with a camera fixed to his forehead. Abu Hamadan was forced into houses in the Gaza Strip to make sure they were clear of bombs. Yeah, I mean, that's fucked. Is that... yeah. It's a redundant search, because hopefully fucking not, but... is he... What, is this a civilian or a soldier? Even still, that... The only time I could ever see this being, like, reasonable in a war context is like, you've just captured a soldier and you are like, all right, walk us through the house, show us where the bombs are. But that sounds like a far fucking cry from what's going on here. Described being used as shields in Gaza and the occupied West Bank, with two members of Israel's military engaged in a practice which is prohibited. Yep. Not isolated accounts, point to a systemic failure and a horrifying moral collapse. Yeah, it's not surprising. But, like, it's just because it's not surprising doesn't mean it's not fucked. So commanders were aware of the use of human shields and tolerated it, with some giving Yeah, no, that's... I mean, look, Israel should go on trial for war crimes. And should definitely have sanctions imposed on them for this shit. I don't, like... It's just like that shit that could actually happen. It does happen. Fucking whatever. Also, I was doing more research last night, and like prior to even like the end of World War One or pre-World War One, there was a Jewish population in the Palestinian area, and every country was like, "Get the fuck out of here." They're like, okay, where do we go? They're like, oh, not here. So it kind of got pushed towards the same spot where it's like, hey, we're not going to kill you. But whatever. A patient figure, a reckoning great. What the fuck does that mean? The rest of these I could kind of put together. This one is definitely lost on me. Yep. Okay. So, commanders that oversaw that need to go to jail. That's... Sorry.
This is a Portuguese ship in the late 1300s.
Cool.
And this is a Ming treasure ship.
This.
It has a deck the size
What's
of a
that
village,
ad?
masts that tower above any European sailors. And this ship
I mean,
was
masts
just
are supposed to be
one
taller
of a
than a
fleet made of
person.
hundreds built by the Ming Dynasty to control its neighbors and crush its enemies. Their size and admiral are legend. That craftsmen could construct boats of this size seems unbelievable, almost a lie. This is the story of how one man, kidnapped and mutilated as a child, conquered the seas in ships the size of buildings. This is the story of the biggest ship in history, and how it all faded into myth. A 10-year-old boy lives in Yunnan province.
Why couldn't I have been a Fortnite
land
streamer?
Controlled by Mongols. They're the enemies of the new Ming Empire. The boy's father is a minor official in the Mongol administration. When they come, the boy's father dies.
Wait, fuck.
The child walks on a road. On it, he encounters a Ming general.
Dude, I love like the...
asks,
Holy fuck, this Who guy. These videos are just... I love the style of them.
where is the Mongol emperor? The child thinks, and then tells a lie.
It's like, do you watch that game, or play the game, Mouthwashing? Dude, that shit is...
He jumped into a pond.
Depressing, but...
The general looks.
Really good.
The boy looks back. Clever, the man thinks. They capture him and bring him to Zhu Di, the fourth son of the founding emperor of the Ming Dynasty. But first, the boy must be transformed. Before he can be brought close to power, he must be remade.
They're transing the emperor.
The Ming Empire was built on eunuchs. Unlike other imperial Chinese dynasties, the Ming elevated castrated men beyond what any had known.
Is this
They
another
were seen
Puyi?
as trustworthy. They could hold no bloodline, bear no
so
sons. Taken from their homes, stripped of name and flesh alike, they had nothing but what was given to them by their emperor. Their devotion, supposedly absolute.
I was thinking about...
But they could move up. But
I'm
they
not
lost
going to
in
do this,
mutilation.
but
They gained an access to power.
banned terms
They
include
became the most educated
settler
men in
colonialism.
China.
It's just like
Most were clerks, tax collectors, and administrators.
whenever I hear that, I know
But
it's
some
for like
directly
bot
advised
goes
the
to
emperor.
die.
If they
In
gained
my
his trust,
experience.
they could move even further.
But
sometimes becoming more
I don't
powerful.
know. This
than
should not
emperors
be getting to me
themselves.
this much. I don't. Maybe I'm not made out for the
Judy
politics.
is 21 years old when he meets the boy.
Or I just need
Despite
more
their
exposure
age difference,
to it.
they become close. The boy grows, but his bones do not fuse like others.
Yeah. Well, when did they castrate them? I think they. Yeah. No, that's nuts. Well, or a lack thereof. Am I right? Okay. Yeah.
Others. Unable to produce testosterone, his limbs grow long and stretch. While most Ming men stand 5'8", Ma He stands near 7 feet tall. His
Holy.
waist rumored to be nearly as big as he was long. This becomes an asset.
Yeah,
The
that's
early
dumb
Ming
fucking
period
shit.
is unstable, with competing factions and a weak border. The emperor and his family need defenders they can trust. So Ma He fights, first a soldier, then an officer, then Judi's bodyguard. He's made a military commander in Judi's army to fight the Mongols. But his master craves more. In the early days of the Ming Empire, eunuchs were actually kept away from power. Judi's father, the founding emperor, warned against them. A man unable to sexually produce a family could still hunger for power. He kept eunuchs few in number, kept them illiterate, and put them far away from the government. But his son was different. One day, his father told him a story.
Apparently.
A man tends to fire. Every day he
no.
prodded the embers with a stick, blew on it, constantly making sure he never lost it. His family pleaded, "Please, come inside. The fire can start again tomorrow." But the man refused. He couldn't risk losing the flames. He didn't eat with them, slept outside. He grew old, and his children resentful. But the man's fire roared. His younger brother, however, was smarter. He let the fire die. At the end of the day, he gathered embers, put it in a box. He met with his family. His children loved him. Only sometimes he blew on the box. The next day, he returned to the ashes and took the embers out. The man's fire roared. Many believe they must always be physically present to keep things running. With any desk, you can access your work.
Oh, wow!
Anywhere.
Okay, that's a
seamlessly
fucking...
and
Okay,
securely.
the last one was an
No
8
need to
out
be
of
tied
10.
to one
That's
place,
a 10 out of 10
sacrificing your time and
transition.
relationships. Your work, your way, anywhere, anytime.
Literally
Keep the
didn't
fire
see
going
that coming
without missing what matters.
at all.
Visit hoog.best/anydesk2 and start your free trial.
Touche.
One day, his father told him a story. Wind blows the horse's tail into 1,000 strands of threads. To which Judy replied, the sun reflects
These
off the
nuts?
dragon's scales into 10,000 bits of gold. Where others saw obstacles, he saw paths. Where his father saw danger, he saw opportunities. When his nephew
I'm
becomes
reading
emperor,
these in
he
reverse
does not
order.
stand by.
God
He wages a brutal civil war. Breaking from the tradition of his father, he relies on the help of eunuchs.
Yeah, no, dude, that was nuts.
Judy crushes his opponents. He crowns
Okay,
himself emperor.
that's all of these.
Yongle, lasting
So-
joy. He rewards the eunuchs who had fought for him, purges the officials who had not. Their numbers grow. Eunuch-led agencies, directorates, offices, and
I need to
bureaus.
be here.
They managed his
after getting
plantations, controlled
a
mines.
constellation.
A eunuch-led secret service is established to gather information on his enemies. He sends them across the world, missions to Tibet, Java, and Bengal.
Getting
But
the
there is one eunuch the emperor trusts more than most. His most loyal servant.
No money.
He gives the boy a new
No
name.
items.
Zhang He,
No bitches.
Grand Director of Palace Servants, the most
etc.
powerful eunuch in the Ming Dynasty.
And wait till 1:30 in the game. Okay.
Yongle sits on the dragon throne, restless. Many do not recognize his rule. Neighboring states watch, uncertain.
So that's all I can
He
do
must
in
win
that
them over.
for today.
So he gathers the greatest minds of the empire. They write the largest encyclopedia in history. He formalizes the training of civil servants, organizes Confucian texts, turns his northern home Beiping into the new capital,
so I guess here's
Beijing,
times of-
and orders
what
the
is that?
construction of a new palace. But this isn't enough. He needs more. Based on the Confucian idea of a hierarchical world order, Ming China saw itself as the Middle Kingdom, the center of the world. To legitimize this position, foreign rulers bow, bring gifts, and acknowledge the Middle Kingdom's superiority. In return, they receive trade, protection, and gifts. To bring his skeptical neighbors to heel, Yang Lei has to expand this system. So he devises a plan. He orders the construction of the greatest fleet the world has ever seen. It will carry Ming power across the seas, control the Indian Ocean, expand trade, and make men afraid. Tribute was not just a ceremonial exchange. The ships were filled with cavalry and soldiers. States are scared into submission. But the emperor could not come himself. To lead his fleet, he needed someone he could trust. So he turns to his old friend, Zhang He.
Alright, whatever. Cool.
Under his command, 93 eunuch military officers,
Back to that.
103 lieutenants. They are joined by foreign affairs personnel, treasury secretaries, astrologers, medical staff, pharmacologists, translators. The crew is 27,000 strong. Soldiers, sailors, clerks,
damn gift shop.
all outfitted with the best weapons of the age. A moving empire divided into 5 types of ship. 300 transport ships, each carrying men and supplies.
That's good.
180 warships, designed for battle and hunting pirates. 240 supply ships, some carry grain, others fresh water, enough for a month at sea.
God.
700
That's
warships.
it's like what you guys did to the Falklands.
For land-based transport, to pack wares, and carry cavalry units. And then, at the center of it all, are the giants. 36 treasure ships. Gargantuan vessels, measuring 56 meters wide and 136 meters long. 9 100-meter-tall masts. Their pointed dead rice-shaped holes are designed to cut through giant waves.
I meant when
The holes
Argentina
filled with
was
exotic
like,
goods,
we want
animals,
these back.
Gold, porcelain, and finely crafted decorated silks.
Yeah.
Its 4 massive
No,
decks overhang the whole.
I'm not making a
The first
political
and lowest
statement.
deck are filled with
I'm
rocks to
just
provide ballast.
acknowledging that England
The second
managed
deck
to
is
set up
used as
an
living
entire
quarters and
naval
storage by the sailors.
supply line.
The third has open space, the kitchens and the operation bridge. The fourth and final deck is the fighting platform, equipped with 24 cast bronze cannons. Their high prows and stern, combined with a keel on the bottom of the hull, ensure extra stability in high seas. A balanced rudder can also be lowered and raised, acting like a secondary keel, technology that was not introduced in Europe until the late 18th century. Zhang He sails beyond India, stopping along modern-day Malaysia, Indonesia, and Sri Lanka. Such great distances are only made possible by the strong winds of the northeast monsoon. He protects trading routes by defeating the pirate captain, Chen Zui, who terrorized the Strait of Malacca. He sails to Hormuz in modern-day Iran, further still to the eastern coast of Africa, to Kenya. With each visit, he demonstrates the power of the Middle Kingdom. Everywhere he goes, he's met with gifts and the submission of rulers. He leads the old world's waves. Military bases arrive on foreign shores.
He domed the world.
The Middle Kingdom's power expands. This is Pax Ming, the closest Imperial China ever came to becoming a colonial power. But Judy's plan for Ming domination can't go on forever. His trust in eunuchs has created enemies. The Confucian civil service resents them. The non-castrated bureaucracy saw the voyages as a purely eunuch-driven spectacle,
Why are they
which reflected
cock-watching?
the blind spending of their emperor. And then, 1421. Lightning strikes the Forbidden City. The largest hall burns. To Confucians, it's a sign from the heavens. Yang Lei listens. He issues a decree giving his officials the opportunity to criticize him. The bureaucrats denounce his spending, particularly his voyages. He ends shipbuilding, but only temporarily.
Oh, I didn't do
The
an outer
criticism
room.
of the civil service was only as valuable as his need for them. When the bureaucracy weakened, Young-Lei turned back to his eunuchs and expensive projects.
No, I didn't.
He imprisoned those against his voyages.
Oops.
Reinstated Zhang He. The fleet sails again. But then,
math time.
Young-Lei dies. His eldest son, Hongxi, is crowned. He does not rely on eunuchs to gain the throne. He relies on the civil service to retain it. He declares the voyages a waste of money. All future expeditions are banned. The fleet is dismantled. China prepares for the 600th anniversary of Zhang He's first voyage.
160. Oh, divided by 10. Okay, never mind.
A replica treasure ship is proposed. But Professor Xin Zhuanu, a shipbuilding expert, has concerns. He knows the replica is structurally unsound. All Chinese ships of the time had a long central spine, the dragon bone, a single timber running the ship's length. But no tree in China was ever tall enough to support a treasure ship of this size. Multiple timbers had to be joined. But Chinese joinery techniques were too weak during the Ming Dynasty. The ship would have snapped. The same for the masts. A mast made from multiple timbers would have been too weak to withstand the high winds of the northeast monsoon.
This goes mass.
For centuries, the fleet's size was accepted as fact. In historical records, the most comprehensive description of this huge fleet comes from a novel written by Liu Maodong in 1597. He describes a fleet of giants, noting the ship's size and their numbers. They were so large that they had to have been constructed by an immortal god. Like the height of the eunuch who led them, it's possible that the author exaggerated the fleet in order to make the story more impressive 200 years after the voyages.
More coins.
However, the Ming Dynasty also kept a meticulous record of official imperial activity. There are orders sent to the shipyards at Nanjing for the construction of a fleet of 249 vessels. It appears this is referring to the legendary fleet of Zhang He. Although still large, this is far from a fleet of 1,000 ships.
Guess I don't.
Strangely though, those same records record 63 treasure ships, twice the number described by Luo Maodong. The rest of the fleet was likely composed of smaller ships, comparable in size to regular Chinese vessels at the time.
Piss me off.
Another point missing from the records is any mention of the wood required to build and maintain these ships. The records contain detailed accounts of many trees felled to build Young-Lei's capital at Beijing, but no mention of 6 million trees needed to build his fleet. This is the largest wooden sailing ship by volume ever built and confirmed to exist. Built 450 years after the great treasure ships, it does not even come close to their massive volume. The longest and only wooden ship to ever match the supposed length of the treasure ships was the Wyoming, but its great length caused it to sink, killing all aboard.
Oh my God.
19th century shipbuilding couldn't keep such a long ship afloat.
I mean, it's not like
in Europe,
sad,
it wouldn't be possible until the mid-1800s with the introduction of steel hulls.
They didn't,
No evidence exists of such a leap in ancient China. Qin and other scholars argue that the ships were likely half of their legendary size. But in 1957, near Nanjing, at the location of the grand treasure shipyards of ancient China, a worker excavated a giant timber. It was 11 meters long and must have supported a rudder of immense size. Scholars and shipbuilding experts gather and debate. Some estimate that the ship it belonged to may have been 160 meters long. Ayo, if you want to watch a video on the smallest emperor in history, check out this video, which—
oh goddamn, big ship. See if who's got anything else, because these videos are fucking phenomenal. Did I see what I thought I saw? Okay.
This is the design
my curiosity
of Amsterdam's
has been
new
piqued.
erotic center. Commissioned by the city government in 2020, it's a concept for a 5,000 square meter high-rise with hotel rooms, offices, bars, entertainment facilities, a store, and a restaurant. When it's finished, it will be one of Europe's largest and most advanced brothels. And as interesting as its design are the locations that it's being considered for. Locations on the outskirts of the city. So why did Amsterdam's government
you ever been to
commission
Amsterdam?
the design of this new building? Why at locations far from its historic red-lit center? And why are
What'd you
people
think?
so angry?
Because that's
Back in 2009,
Quite a place.
A Labour politician waited. The city was voting on a plan he had spearheaded. A plan called Project 1012. Named
Did
after
you
the
go to
zip
the
code
red light
of the city's
district?
most notorious
That's kind of
red
what I'm
light
getting
district,
at.
it was designed to clean it up. Low-quality buildings, such as window brothels and coffee shops, had to go. But instead of
Really?
making new
Not
regulations,
even just to
the
walk through it,
lawmaker was
check it out.
praised for a unique approach. His solution was spatial. Buy up buildings associated with crime and push crime away. The city government was convinced, and his plan would pass.
No, I mean,
little did they all know.
I'd
it would
like to
soon
think me neither,
collapse.
but like,
Over the course of more than a decade, it would lead to
you
the
weren't like
closure
curious
of more
what
than
the
100 individual
like
window
famed
brothels,
red
along
light
with tens of
district
individual
was.
coffee shops.
Well, I mean, I walked through it.
Attempts were made to
I
measure
was
the
like,
impact of Project 1012. Not much could be found.
it's like, what the
It had a
hell's going
marginal
on
impact
here?
on crime, and today the center's image as an adult theme park with shady edges.
I went with a group of girls, because I don't know, just made friends with them quicker when I was studying abroad, and so I was studying abroad. So my girlfriend at the time was back, in the U.S. And they're like, "Hey, you want to go to Amsterdam?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" And then once they were like, "All right, we should go check out the red light district," I was like, "Yeah, that'd be something." So like right before we were about to go, they're like, "Wait, you called your girlfriend to make sure you were okay? She was okay with this, right?" I was like, "I mean, I don't see why she wouldn't be. It's like, it's just a place." And they were like, "Dude, she's fucked up going into this place without letting your girlfriend know." It's like, I mean, I suppose I probably should have crossed my mind, but I don't know. That's not the part of the story that's even funny. This first time, because we went earlier in the day and all like the windows and shit were empty. The first time there was someone in there, one of the girls I was with, like, was just like had the most outsized reaction of like it was like, she was like appalled. Just like, just absolutely in shock. And she was like, "Wait, I want to go like talk to her and you see if she's okay." And I was like, "Oh, look, that's not like a bad intention to want to like make sure someone's okay, but like, this is a job like any other. Like, you shouldn't treat people like zoo animals, you know." I don't know. It was something for sure, but
still remained strong. But if there's one thing his plan did do, was that it created a rift among hundreds of sex workers and the city government of Amsterdam, one that persists even as the newest mayor picks up the mantle again and tries to change the center even more.
Prison Key might not. Okay.
In 2020, the city government banned organized tours of the red light district. In May of 2023, bans on cannabis within the district entirely. There's also been mandated bar closures, bans on the sale and display of alcohol, and even ad campaigns targeted towards young to middle-aged British men. She and the executive...
Oh my god, why? What do you guys get up to? Amsterdam launches stay away ad campaign targeting young British men.
Body have even floated the idea of banning international tourists from buying marijuana in the city entirely. She's also brought up the idea of introducing entrance gates to the red light district. This would create the first physically regulated neighborhood in a major European city. Not even Venice does that.
No, if they did that, they would have to rename it Calgoon Walled City. I'll be here all night. Thank you.
But her most controversial suggestions started soon after her nomination in 2019, when she brought attention towards changing the rooms in the red light district again.
Be a little funny if they did that.
In Amsterdam, there are actually 3 separate red light districts. The most well-known is in the center, called De Walle. which has 249 rooms, but the other two, and much less well known, are the Singelgebied and the Ruistelkade, which have 63 and 40 rooms respectively.
I don't know that.
In 2019, Femke Halsema, the newest mayor of Amsterdam, presented 4 scenarios for the future of the Wallen. 3 of those scenarios targeted each of these districts in order to reduce over-tourism. Her first scenario was to change window prostitution permanently. Amsterdam closes all the curtains in the Wallen and Singel, while the rooms stay open. If a lot of the attraction to the red light district is simply to be able to walk around and look, take away what people look at, and you not only reduce potential tourists, but push the tourists that do come to other parts of the city. With increased digitization, sex workers can increasingly rely on getting clients via their phones rather than off the streets. The assumption is that this would just speed up an inevitable transformation from physical windows to digital ones. In her second scenario, Amsterdam would see the most radical change. All the rooms in the Wallen and Singel are removed and shifted to other parts of the city. The number of rooms does not change like it did in Project 1012, but their locations do. However, because closing all the rooms in the Wallen is highly unrealistic, the city government is going forward with Halsema's third and most realistic scenario.
Wait, that's gonna boost.
Instead of all, a chunk of the
need.
rooms in the Wallen and Singel are moved. Although it's more realistic, the city government has not made it clear how large that chunk will actually be. But, different from Project 1012, Halsema has made the commitment that when rooms get removed, they have to come someplace new. At the start, the government considered 2 building types, a single-unit high-rise, and the second, a cluster of different multifunction buildings. They also commissioned research into building on a floating pavilion. The design is meant to anticipate for about 100 individual rooms for sex workers, and also other entertainment facilities. On the one hand, the city wants to model Pasha when it comes to size. Pasha is the world's largest brothel. However, it's not a particularly welcoming or friendly-looking building. So on the other hand, they also want to model the more modern, less sketchy design
probably shouldn't look it up on stream monitor. It was called Pasha?
Amsterdam's new erotic center completely different. The mayor of Amsterdam knows that a brothel is controversial.
Oh, it's in Cologne.
This is why she hopes Amsterdam can make one with class and distinction. By mixing hotel rooms with painting courses, art exhibitions,
I don't even know how
and
that works.
debate
It's just like,
the hope is that they can avoid designing an isolated sex
hell
palace.
no.
For an actual physical model, they commissioned Moog, a Dutch architecture studio, to come up with a design. The architects Gianni Cito and Jurgen ten Hoeve designed a concept that attempts to convert the linear streets of the red light district into a circular form. Inspired by Frank Lloyd Wright's Guggenheim, Cito won an architecture prize for making a design that repurposed 2 sugar silos into a cultural center.
That's
with
fully
internal
false.
circular
So one of these
walkways.
is double true.
Jurgen ten Hoeve, the other architect, was nominated for the same prize
this
in
one's still
2018
true. So
for
this
his
has to
design
be
of a
it.
collection of buildings modeled after a monastery. It was a network of buildings superimposed in Rotterdam that attempts to give an option for pedestrians to leave the busyness of the city. Together, both architects produce an interesting combination. You get a building that kind of looks like a parking garage with a continuous walkway that allows you to walk in the building as you would in the Wallen, but circularly as opposed to linearly. Also, instead of a floor of the same individual homogeneous hotel rooms, it also attempts to recreate the network of the buildings on the street on each individual floor as well.
I don't know.
To choose a location for the building, the city government considered 8 regions, and as of today, they've narrowed it down to 2 main locations, NDSM in Noord and around the Rij in Zuid. In Noord, Amsterdam would have to deviate somewhat from the original Moog
This
design.
game is at its most
to construct a
frustrating
floating
when
brothel.
you're looking for one
It's likely that
specific
it'll be a
thing.
ponton of around 100 by 20 meters, with 2,000 square meters of
so much
space for 5 total floors. 1 basement, 1 roof terrace, and with the remainder holding the rooms and other facilities. The government also considered repurposing a cruise ship, since it would already be readily equipped with rooms, bars, theaters, and attractions like casinos. However, a cruise ship has a large number of constraints, making it an unlikely option. NDSM as a preferred location comes from the fact that it's a diverse, culturally rich neighborhood. It has plenty of room for additional buildings, such as for any needed security or additional parking, but it also hosts one of the largest flea markets in Europe, has multiple popular restaurants and cultural attractions, and it also has a high density of mixed residential use areas.
Oh my god.
Nonetheless, NDSM has a weakness. Its most immediate connection is via ferry. Not only is that slower than other forms of public transport, but a ferry can only withstand so many more people. Amsterdam has considered building bridges to north, but it's unclear how long that would take or if they'll ever be built at all. So NDSM's main fault is its reachability, but NDSM's biggest benefit is that it's considerably hipper than the other section of the city that's under consideration. Zuid is the poshest and most entitled area of Amsterdam and offers 2 plots. The Groene Zoom, a 2,000 square meter triangular piece of land, and then a second, likely the preferred option, a 21,500 square.
Dude, I spend all the time trying to ace a classroom exam so I could get the damn trophy to unlock the blue tents upgrade, and then I got lucky enough to get enough coins to be able to afford it. I got a prism key so I could go shop for shop, and a secret passage. I never drew the Mount Holly gift shop. C'est la vie.
Meter plot of land owned by the city government directly. Unlike the singular ferry connection in Noord, Zuid has access to 2 metro connections. One that goes from north to south, giving potential clients from the center immediate access, and it also has a metro going from east to west, granting direct access to Amsterdam's business district. What it loses in being a hip and chill place to be, it gains in accessibility. It also has ample parking space. However, what both Noord and Zuid still have in common is that there are NIMBYs. Homeowners have voiced concerns about noise, criminality, and impact on children in the area.
What does that stand for?
Some sex workers have also voiced concerns about their own safety. According to the city government, the building will likely be a safer option than the status quo. Instead of sparse, separated buildings in an overcrowded neighborhood, a single
person who
building will have a
objects to the
centralized
sighting of something
security
perceived as
system with a
unpleasant
clear
or
oversight
hazardous
over
in the
who
area where
enters
they
and who
live.
leaves.
Okay.
The erotic center does what Project 1012
Stand for
couldn't.
something?
It gets rid of
not
things
in
the
my
center,
backyard.
but without pushing sex workers into an unregulated underground. Also, unlike the Volle, which mixes tourists with potential clients, the new building is meant to attract primarily the clients. Some sex workers have complained that over-tourism has reduced their incomes because large crowds make actual potential clients too self-conscious to consume. According to the city government, a well-connected but more isolated building would reduce the attraction of the red light district for tourists, attract more clients than in the center, increasing sex workers' incomes, but it would also be quieter. Tourists are loud, but clients are the type of people who want to be private and have as little attention.
I don't know. I saw a lot of people.
However, this is also where some more difficult
well,
problems
not
emerge.
in the act, but you know.
The Volle, with all of its issues, still has a unique advantage. It has a lot of eyes on the street. In the same way that it may make some clients too self-conscious to consume, it may do the same for more serious criminals. And this is where you get the NIMBYs. Homeowners would like a building that's as invisible as possible. This is why the mayor has also promised a closed, isolated building that brings very little attention. However, the more isolated and quiet the area, the more concerns about sex workers' safety. Also, the city already has problems with the number of police and security. Since the Volle isn't entirely removed, by building an erotic center, you end up producing a 4th red light district, which potentially spreads an already thin police force even thinner. So the mayor has had problems. She's faced considerable backlash at town halls, and she's had to postpone making decisions on the erotic center. However, since 2021, Halsema has had a majority in the government. People can postpone and argue all they want, but all 3 parties, GroenLinks, D66 and PvdA, have agreed. Be it an isolated building, cruise ship floating pavilion, north or in south. Some rooms in the Volle must be removed, and instead they must come somewhere new. However, a new erotic center may not even be Amsterdam's most controversial plan. The city government has also proposed replacing its historic famous public urinals with an advanced AI-powered urinal that comes out of the ground. The story is fascinating, and I've made an entirely different video on it that you can...
Oh, yeah. I didn't even realize what these public urinals were when I was there. An AI urinal that comes out of the ground? What the fuck? Why? 3 hours ago? Oh, shit.
The Netherlands is facing one of the worst housing crises in Europe. It is also the densest real country in Europe. So why doesn't it build up? Why doesn't the Netherlands build skyscrapers? Jeroen Bouwman is a young urban planner, and he's angry. None of his friends can afford a home. Some take the train all the way from Almere just to study in Amsterdam. No one should have to live in Almere. But Jeroen isn't the type of guy to sit by while people are suffering, especially when the solution is obvious. He read a paper. Adding a single housing unit for every 100 existing units lowered rent by 0.5%. But that's too low. Jeroen wants to cut everyone's rent in half. And he can do it. If he builds 100 apartments for every 100 homes already in the city, it will be too hard to build them. They'll cry. Where would you even put them? They'll yell. Well, I'll tell them. China built 800 apartments in 19 days with a 57-story tall skyscraper.
Holy shit.
We'll start by dividing the city into square kilometers. There's about 2,500 homes per square kilometer in Amsterdam. So for roughly every 800 housing units, we'll have to build one of these skyscrapers. In each square kilometer, we'll put 3, maybe even 4. You can cry about it being too ambitious. That's fine. But cry about it after everyone's rent has been halved.
That would be a...
He gathers up his plans and heads to City Hall.
How will this affect the skyline?
Tall buildings may seem like an obvious solution to not enough homes, but the real world isn't that simple. Skyscrapers can be deceptively expensive. The taller the building, the pricier it can become. Elevator shafts, mechanical systems, infrastructure to fight against wind. Purely the additional cost of having to move building material up more floors. Even if you manage to find developers willing to foot the bill, it's assuming that they can drive a profit. If you flood the market with hundreds of thousands of new units, rents reduce, which means that the amount of investment developers are willing to put down for tall buildings declines. Maybe you could have giant government-funded commie blocks instead, but then you need to have political will. People buy houses with an assumption that the area will stay somewhat constant. They get emotionally attached to their neighborhood and take it personally when threatened with change. A house isn't just a home, it's also people's biggest financial asset. If you flood the market with thousands of new units, property values drop, people's savings plummet. It's neither economically nor politically feasible. And that's why, Jeroen, we can't build your skyscrapers. I'm sorry, but I have to say no to your proposal. Jeroen is already home, and his boss is right. Tall buildings are only profitable if they're built in the right place. In expensive parts of the city, the value of an additional room is negligible. Instead, we need to find the areas where density is at a premium. So Amsterdam must replace its city center with skyscrapers. The logic, irrefutable and genius. The red light district is filled with tourists and insecure British men. Just fill in some canals and demolish some old building.
You guys are just catching strays. What did you do in Amsterdam? We're gonna fact check that. We got a flag on the play. Why does Amsterdam hate British people? Too drunk, too stoned, too uncouth. Targeting. Okay. Amsterdam has warned rowdy British sex and drug tourists to stay away. A digital discouragement campaign targeting men aged 18 to 35 in the UK is being pushed out by the Dutch City Council. Typically blunt, the videos show young men staggering in the street. So, we got a link on this? Oh my Jesus Christ, why is that so loud? Sorry. Oh my God. God damn. Okay. Well. Dude, that sound of the glass shattering. Oh my God, that got me. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, it's I guess exactly what you'd expect.
2 birds, 1 stone. Jeroen smirks, impressed with his brilliance. This time, he'll listen. He gathers up his plans and heads to City Hall. Skyscrapers in the Netherlands may seem rare, but there are exceptions. After the war, houses were desperately needed. At the same time, buildings were changing. Demolishing existing homes for new ones has always been controversial. But if there were no buildings, you'd have less of a problem. During the war, Rotterdam was heavily bombed, then rebuilt. Places where historic buildings once stood were covered with new towers of concrete and steel.
See. So the solution is World War III.
Never bombed. Its high-rise experiments were pushed outside its center. This created new problems. In the Bijlmer, high-rise designs were seen as strange and also expensive. The tall buildings remained empty. Vacancies and mismanagement meant Amsterdam's high-rises were symbols of what not to do with tall buildings. The public became skeptical. The rules were made stricter. Architects favored small-scale designs that mimicked the old city. In the following decades, building vertically was stigmatized. Skyscrapers can't radically alter the historic character of the city. Changes to the skyline silhouette are closely evaluated for any new building. Buffer zones around the World Heritage Sites have strict requirements to preserve the aesthetics of the old city. The center is off limits.
I have no stars
and that's why,
either.
Jeroen, we can't build your skyscrapers. Jeroen is angry. His boss shot down another genius plan with a smug Gen X smile. You fools, he laughs. You cry
This
about
guy's
the
got
lack
a
of
bee
homes
on his
and call it
vomit.
right, but you won't even let me build them. I
Maybe
won't
he's,
stop
like,
until every person in
in
need of a
character.
home is housed in a tower high above the ground. If the center won't work, I've got other sites in mind. Multiple, actually. And even better, there are no historical buildings in my way. In fact, the plots have been empty for decades. Instead of the inner ring, we can fill all of Amsterdam's empty green plots with high-rise buildings. The Bijlmer was too far away from all the action, not close and cheap enough to be attractive. Using these empty green plots of land, we can still build high-rises within the center. Transit won't be an afterthought, it's already there. Soaring towers will house people and businesses alike. Every amenity is only a short walk away. His predecessors were wrong. Jeroen is right. The ideal was never a city in a park. People from all over the world will flock to his utopian city within a park within a city. Jeroen leans back, admiring his brilliance, and puts the finishing touches on his third proposal. The Netherlands is situated at a moderately high latitude. It has cloudy skies for much of the year.
I guess.
And Jeroen knows how important it is to get enough light. His 9 square meter room in his shared student house has a tiny window facing a dingy courtyard. He pays 1,100 euros and has barely enough sun to keep a single plant alive. And his 7 roommates are loud, really loud. If he wants to get his new plan done in time, he has to use his desktop PC after work. With any desk, Jeroen could be working remotely, paying 300 euros a month in rent and not have a vitamin D
6 out of
deficiency.
10. 6 out of 10.
He could even render complex 3D models of his proposed plans with virtually no lag, easily accessing his office computer to use all the programs and files he needs to create his architectural plans from his laptop, phone, or tablet, no matter what operating system he's running. Once ready, his boss could feedback him easily with the whiteboard and text chat features. Maybe, if more of his friends worked remotely, they wouldn't have to live in a shoebox either. But Jeroen is going to fix that. Try out the best remote desktop software for free at hoog.best/anydesk3. Daylight is a limited resource. Dutch regulations require new buildings to comply with sunlight requirements.
Daylight.
As buildings get taller, their bases have to get wider and deeper to support the added
water
weight.
swimming into stars.
This means less light reaches the building's interior. With the daylight requirements, the amount of usable floor space is constrained. But if there isn't enough floor space to rent out, the developer may not make a profit. It probably also doesn't help that the Netherlands is flat. Any addition to the skyline is immediately visible. Like daylight, green space is precious. In Amsterdam, it's not easy to build on them. The government aims for all citizens to live within a 10-minute walk from a park, a 15-minute bike ride to a nature reserve. Greenery is supposed to be the default in public spaces, instead of pavement. And Jeroen, that's why we can't build your skyscrapers in all the city's parks. This is getting kind of silly, don't you? Again, he rejects me. Just another old man. Change is too scary and hard, no matter how great. He and all of his friends can't see genius anymore, even when it's right in front of their eyes. One day, he and his kind will look down on Amsterdam from a retirement skyscraper I've built specifically for them. When he's about to die, he'll think of Jeroen and thank me for his last beautiful view.
God damn!
The boss remembers his own youthful eagerness. There was once a time where he thought he had all the answers too. Part of him agrees.
This guy.
How can someone look at the kids in tents and tell them a tall building isn't the answer, even if it means a home? The boss calls up Jeroen. Maybe try again. I want to see the other interesting things you can come up with.
What the fuck is this?
Jeroen smiles and looks down at the plan he was already drawing. If he can't build in the city center, and he can't build in the parks, he'll build in a place no one cares about. He'll surround the city with a belt of skyscrapers. His city, Jeroen's rules. He'll correct the mistakes of his forefathers. Mixed use, dense, and desirable. All of the city's young people will gravitate to his new modern city. Building it in a giant line, he'll guarantee adequate green space on either side without getting rid of light.
Wait, so he just copied Saudi Arabia? Or
his shining
was it the
city
UAE
on a
that
polder.
did the line city?
The Netherlands is the storm drain of Western Europe. For thousands of years, rivers and tides have routinely flooded the landscape, depositing layers of loose clay and dead plants across it.
Please don't be a prison
When humans
key.
first settled
God
here,
damn it.
the country was a plain of mud
They
flats
copied
and
him.
grassy marshland. This made building a challenge. Soft clay
How
and
is
peat
that?
compress,
Didn't they break
making
ground on
buildings
that?
sink or collapse as they experience unequal stress on their foundations. To avoid this, Amsterdam was built on millions of timber piles stuck into the ground. It works, but when buildings get bigger, so do the problems. The tallest buildings in the Netherlands have foundation piles that extend 66 meters into the ground. Amsterdam is no Manhattan. We can build close to the surface. Jeroen, you keep making a wrong assumption that building tall is immediately affordable. The engineer's report came back with the site survey. To construct such tall buildings on soft soil would cost a lot of money. No one will build there. Banks won't finance it. Jeroen, that's why we can't build these skyscrapers. I like your ideas, but you gotta start smaller. He knows all the arguments by heart now. Value in cities is driven by people clustering in small areas, generating and attracting goods and services. Everyone's desire to live and work in the same place raises demand for space. You can't just build a new giant city and expect demand to follow.
Yeah.
But what if you could, Jeroen thinks. So many people need homes. How can they say there isn't demand in its most important city? Maybe not from people who already own property in the center. Gerda, who leaves her 3-story home one day a month to go to the opera she only pretends to enjoy. Yelling at any new construction on her street as though it wasn't the most interesting drama she's faced in years. She might not use skyscrapers. My generation does. If they say there isn't a demand, I'll prove it by starting small, but building tall. Jeroen draws up another final plan.
Another
right
tall
at Noord
building.
Station is an empty plot of land. With the station nearby, the amenities for a new urban center already exists. There's even some high-rises, but they're too small. We can go higher. We'll build one skyscraper here,
This day
100 stories
accomplished
tall.
Fucking nothing. Wonderful.
It will turn north into the center of Amsterdam's future. Studio apartments for a manageable price. A proper view of the city for those who fuel it. Tell me the demand isn't there when hundreds of applications come in asking to stay. He gathers up his plans and heads to City Hall. You know what, Jeroen? Let's give it a try. I'll approve your plan, but you must know, it's out of my hands. Jeroen stands in front of the council and starts to speak. He describes the scale of the crisis, how many of his fellow citizens are struggling to find housing. Where is our ambition, our ability to dream? Our buildings should match the height of our aspirations, not fall to the level of our cynicism. Let's build for the sky, he yells. As he shows his plan, silence falls over the chamber. The councilors shift in their seats and glance at each other. Finally, one member breaks the silence. Jeroen, if you stick your head above the crop field, it'll get chopped off. Where you see ambition, we see arrogance. Some might get away with it, giant skyscrapers plastered with their names. But this isn't Manhattan, this isn't Dubai. We have Dick Stove. Jeroen, doe normaal. The rest of the council smiles, and then they laugh. But the laughter doesn't stop. All that work, just to be seen as a fool. Jeroen stares at his feet. His cheeks are flush. He knows that they can see it too, so they flush even more. They're right. How could I ever have thought so big? That time when he was 8 years old and told a French farmer's kid about his Xbox. His dad yelled at him on their family vacation to be quiet in front of everyone. He felt the same way then as he did now. He never thought he came off arrogant, he just thought he'd share. All those times he told his friends about his dreams to build, for them to just laugh, smirk, and say, I'll believe it when it's real. Does everyone think I'm an arrogant snob? Maybe I'm just not cut out for this, he thinks. Better I start small. Go back to my room, focus on something else. Maybe I'll make a YouTube channel, maybe a few videos, maybe even more.
Wait,
maybe one
is this
day
his
I can tell the true
backstory?
Story of why the Netherlands doesn't build tall.
Wait. Damn, what a twist. God damn. All right. Well, that's a wild turn of events. Line City. Yeah, it is Saudi Arabia. Let's see. That's no, I want like real life lore is a long one. I don't know how much man, this is gonna be it for after this video. That's gonna be the end here. Let's do this one.
You may have seen this, well, just about everywhere. It's the architectural concept that broke the internet.
Saudi Arabia has just shocked the world.
At first I thought it was a metaverse project, but it is a real project.
Saudi Arabia wants to build a city dubbed The Line.
The Lion? I want no part of that.
I'm going to be reacting to The Line.
This is definitely just a way for those in power to have more control.
The ingenious design of the city of future.
It's designed in 3 dimensions. Who do you think is going to be at the top?
Bruh, like, oh my god, that way of thinking has a place, but this is just where thought goes to fucking die sometimes, man.
You may have seen this, well,
He wants to build a line.
The Line. Reacting to The Line.
This is definitely just a way for those in power to have more control.
The ingenious design of the city of future.
It's designed in 3 dimensions. Who do you think is going to be at the top?
The Line is a 170-kilometer long, 500-meter high, mirrored linear city in the desert that either represents the cutting edge of architecture or a grim dystopian future, depending on who you ask. But what exactly is the Line? How would it even work? And what can it teach us about our cities today?
Well, alright.
Back in 2021, Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia Mohammed bin Salman first announced plans for a new kind of sci-fi-like city called The Line.
نقدم لكم The Line. مدينة مليونية بطول 170 كيلو.
It's part of Neom, the kingdom's new nation-building megadevelopment that'll stretch across 26,000 square kilometers of desert. The line's been pitched as a futuristic eco-city north of the Red Sea with no cars, no streets, and no carbon emissions. The Saudi government says it will create housing for more than 9 million people, and leaked documents reportedly show ideas for everything from robot maids to an artificial moon, flying cars, and just about everything else from the Jetsons. Think Dubai on steroids.
Well, I mean, it looks like something out of science fiction, but I believe that's the intention.
It is a huge and impressive PR and marketing endeavor before anything else.
Intention is not to be impressive. The intention is to be awesome in the literal sense. Hey, we are where innovation happens in the built world now.
The main question is not so much how or when, but why. And why do we need to build such a city? Why do we need to deploy those kind of resources for that kind of project? And why does the city need to look like that?
The entire Neom development is supposed to become so self-sufficient that it's being referred to as a country within a country, a place where residents will apparently be called Neomians rather than Saudis. Now, it's no secret that Saudi Arabia has been attempting to rebrand itself on the world stage, looking to the UAE as a template for a post-oil economy, along with the pie-in-the-sky mega projects that seem to go with that.
It has been folded into what is known as Vision 2030, which basically says that by the end of this decade, Saudi Arabia will look dramatically different. It won't be a kingdom reliant on oil anymore. Real estate is a big component of that plan.
All right, my eyes are getting heavy. I'm going to call stream there. Thanks for tuning in to this more chill one. I'm probably going to work on a paired content video later tonight. So, see you, brother.